Hello everyone, my name is Shambhavi. Hope you all are doing well. So today in this particular video, we are gonna do on some hands-on onto the SQL queries which we have already learned out, right? We had learned n number of SQL queries, we had seen many functions. So today we are gonna implement out some of those functions from that particular topics, right? Before quickly moving on to the hands-on, let me take you to the OneNote where we had made out the notes where we had studied about the SQL. Let's take a quick revision and then we'll be following out the hands-on. So here we are. So yes, this is basically one of the tables, a demo table actually which we had made. Remember out? Then we had seen this statement. So let me just first of all take you to that DDL, DML, DCL right here. Okay, this is the important part actually which we just need a revision of quickly. So yeah, these are the 5 types of SQL commands which we actually have followed, which are DDL, DQL, DML, DCL and TCL. Right, these are some of the SQL commands which we are actually having out. Now, what are these SQL commands and what are the sub commands that come under these? So for DDL, we have create, drop, alter, truncate, comment and rename. For DQL, we have select. For DML, we are having insert, update, delete, lock and merge. For DCL, we have grant and revoke, and we have for TCL commit, rollback, save point and set transaction. Right. So basically these are some of the SQL commands which we are actually having. So from these we had seen about the create, we had seen about the alter, we had seen about the select, we had seen insert, we have seen update as well. Right, so I'll be discussing about some more today in this particular video. So let me go on to the Sql Workbench here, open out a new file because I would just not continue here. I would not write out the things here only, I would just make out a new one for me and I would just try to zoom them out. Fine. Okay, first of all, I'm writing out a command to use out my database and my database name is usedemo1. Fine, and I will just try to execute this out. Fine, so here it is showing usedemo1. So my first demo, my database which I'm going to use out, that has been actually implemented out and that has actually been selected as well. Okay, now next I would be creating out a table. So I'll be writing out here create table. What's the table name? Okay, let's give it to students. Okay, create table is students, right? And okay, let me just go back and copy out something so that, okay, let's put out a bracket here, give it a tab space and write out here the things. So first one would be my roll number, okay, and that would be my integer. Putting out a comma, coming to the new line. After roll number, what do I have? I have the name and that would be into the, okay, I would just write stu name, right? And this would be in the characters. So basically remember out that for character what we write varchar. Okay, we used to write varchar. So here comes the varchar, this one, okay? And putting in the bracket, I'd be giving out a limit. Let's say my limit is 100. Again, putting out a comma, coming to a new line. Name is done. Now, I just want to put on the marks for these students, some different subjects marks. So, in that case, I'll be mentioning here, let's say maths. This would be my integer. Then, let's say I'm having English. That would be again integer. And let's say at last I'm having computer. And that will as well be integer only. Right, coming down and closing out my bracket and taking it first row back like this. Right, yes, this is how we create out a table, right? Let me select this out and run this particular portion again. Okay, so yes, my table has been created right here. Okay, now what we had done previously, we had checked out the tables, right? We had checked out that what are the tables which we have. So let's check out that as well. So I would just write out here show tables. Putting out this and running this out. Okay, it's not tables, I guess it's table, show table. But why is it showing that show tables? Okay, that's tables only. Maybe. Okay, let's select that out and run it out here. Create tables, this one. Okay, show table. Oh, I just did not put out this colon here at the last. I'm so sorry. Now it's again, I'll be running this out. So yeah. We have the table which we have made and that's students. Okay, now if I just check out that what's in the students table. So if I just write it out here, describe and the students. And now if I just run that out, so right here, fine. So these are the fields which we are having. That's the roll number, student name, maths, English and computer. You could just interchange out the things as well here. Okay, that gets interchanged. Fine. Okay, this thing is all sorted. I just have described out the students and I had put on the relevant things, whatever I just want to do. Okay, I would just close out this result. Now it's a time for inserting out some values. So insert, okay, IN is insert into table and my table name is students. Insert into table students, and inside the first of all, okay, have a look here what I had done previously, so that you could just correlate with the previous things. Okay, first of all, we just try to put out all the columns which you are having, and then the new line we just try to put on the all the values. And let's move out this table. It's not actually needed out here. Okay, let me come down. Fine. The students coming to the new line. Okay, here I'm sorry, I just need to put out the columns which I had made. So first one was my roll number separated by a comma, putting out first full closing brackets, roll number. Then it was STU underscore name. Then I was having what I was having. I guess I was having maths, English, and computer. So here goes the maths, putting out a comma. Here goes the English, putting out a comma. Here goes the computer. Oh, let me show you right here. Okay, let me get out some space as well for me because it's not present. Right, and let me go down now once back to my place and putting out the bracket here. Coming to the new line and writing out here values. Insert into students, and these are the ones which you are having. And students, okay, one another thing to quickly note down here is that, see, now after this we'll be putting out the relevant values, whatever we just want to put out. And according to the, according to this particular things which you have mentioned out, okay, into the bracket. Now I'm having what's the roll number, so let's say it's 1, putting out a comma. What's the name for a student? Let's say it's Amit, putting out a comma. Okay, one more another thing to note down here, that here the things would be inside the inverted quotations. Okay, whatever the this you are adding, that is character, that would be in the double inverted commas. Okay, now maths, let's say in maths this person is scored out of 30, we'll be giving other numbers. Okay, let's say score 21, then let's say on English 23, and let's say 25 on computer. Putting out the colon and coming to the new line. So now I would be running this statement once here. So now this has been inserted. You just have a look here. This particular has been inserted into my table, that is the students. Right, coming to the new line. Let's say I just use out here insert into, here I just use out the students. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's quickly copy this out. Right, because it's Control C and I will just do Control V out here. Okay, front thing is okay. Let's change out the roll number. Let's say that's 2 for me. And here let's say the name is Seema, score is 25, let's say 27, and let's say 30 on 30. Fine, and I will just try to execute this statement now. So execute it out. Fine, this has been again inserted. Now what I would just do, I would just use out my statement, that is select asterisk from students. That's my table name. Putting out the semicolon at the last and running out this particular statement. So yes, have a look that the student's name have been added, the roll numbers have been added, name, marks for the mathematics, for the English, and for the computer. Everything has been quickly added out here. Now the command which we are particularly going to see right today is basically, okay, I'm so sorry, just give me 1 second. Let me just make out the size. Okay, fine. So the command that we are actually going to use out today is this particular 1 second. Let me show you. This is allow a user. This one is the create one. Fine. Here I'll be telling you that how you can update out a name of, let's say you just want to modify out first for alter out. Okay, alter. Fine. Let's say you just want to alter out a, like into your table, you just want to alter out any, or you could just want to modify any particular, let's say, you have the data type, let's say for the phone integer, so the phone number, let's say you have made it out int. Okay, now you just want to convert that into the big integer, or you want to convert that into character or whatever, right? In that case, this particular alter command is actually used out. Fine, so this table has been created. Fine, I was just going to tell you about the rename, right? So I was telling you that how you can rename out your particular file, particular table name actually. Okay, let's come down. So I will just write out here rename table is students, right? First of all, this was the thing, rename table is students to new. Okay, after that comes to new, and what's my new name which I want to give out? So let's say that's info underscore students, my new table name, right? That I had actually put on. Yes, and now I would just select this out and try to run this out particular here. Okay, rename students to error. Do you have mirror syntax? Okay. Okay, to let's write. Okay, in that new will not be put out. Let me just again run this out here. Fine, so my table has been renamed to students. Now from students, my table has been renamed to info students. Now if I check out the tables, that what are the tables which I am having, so if I just write out here show tables. Now if I just try to check out, so instead of students, it would be the name of the info students, right? So have a look here, it's info students, right? Hope you got out the idea that how you can rename out a name of a table accordingly, and how you could just change out the name of a table. Right, we had seen some SQL queries which were actually we were running out, and we will have just seen out that how you can rename out a table according to your choice, right? So now in this particular video we are gonna see some more queries for the SQL only. So let's get started. I'll be going on to the first one note here. Okay, so here I had opened out the Dql commands, right? I had opened out all the Dql commands which we had actually seen. So from this only we'll be choosing some and using them onto our database which we had actually made out. So okay, select the statement has already been done that I had shown you. Okay, now for putting out the conditions, that very much clear to you that how you could put out the conditions. Let me just show you that thing once again right here. So I could just write here select, and let's say you just want to select out any particular columns. Okay, let's say my business, I just want to select out the columns. So select name. Okay, that's not name, that's stu underscore name, and let's say student name, and let's say English. Okay, before putting out this condition, actually I would be interested in adding some more 2-3 rows so that I'm just able to get out the things in a clear manner. Actually putting out this, and here goes the number thirds for Seema. Okay, the Amit Seema, then let's say Ruchi, next name, marks, let's say 21, let's say here it's 17, let's say this is 19. Okay, so yeah, okay, let me remove this out. Fine, this is right, this is completed. Again, I just want to run this out here. So okay, what has happened actually? So okay, instead of students, I need to write out info underscore students. Info underscore students, because we have renamed out this particular students file, right? So fine, that has been inserted. Coming to the new line, again copying that out, and first of all changing out the name here. That's info underscore students. That's underscore. And 3 stands, so here comes the 4. Let's say the name is okay, let's say the name is, let's say Sam. Okay, and marks are, let's say 20, okay, not 21, let that be now, let's say 14, and here the marks are 15, and let's say here the marks are 24. Right, so this one is as well done. Let me just select out this statement and run this out again. So fine, this has again been inserted. Let's copy this out for a while and paste it onto those new lines. So it's now, it's 5, and let's say the name is Ria. Okay, I would be small like this, and let's say the marks are here 10, and let that be 12, and let this be 29. Fine, let's say this is one another row which I have inserted, and it's the time for running this out. Great. So all of these things have been inserted into my tables. What I'll be doing is that I would be setting out and checking it out. So select asterisk from, and here comes my table name, that's info underscore students. Great, let's run this out for at this particular place. And okay, I'm having these 5 particular rows onto my table. The Amit, Seema, Ruchi, Sam, and Ria. These 5 students I'm having, and these are the marks which are stored by, and these are the roll numbers. Fine. Let's apply out some conditions. Let's see, my condition is that select, I want to select out and select out the persons who have marks greater than 20. Select name, where, okay, that's where, select name from, my table name is info underscore students, that's where, WHERE, and let me just make it as a small s, it's not capital. Select name from info students, where, and what's the condition? Select name from this, where let's say maths marks are greater than 20, my condition. Right, I would just select out this particular statement and run this out. Okay, select name from and where maths greater than 20, record unknown character name. Oh, okay, it's not name, it's stu underscore name. Fine. Let's again select this out and run it at this particular place. Yes. So these are the names of 3 persons, that is Amit, Seema, and Ruchi, who are having marks greater than 20. Okay, who are having the marks greater than 20 in mathematics. These are the 3 persons. Fine. Hope you are clear that how to apply out these particular conditions. Between and not between, I would just not use it right here. Okay. Now let's use out this particular, that is order by. Okay, order by clause. So what's this order by clause actually used for? So how we just use this out? So this is one of the clause which is used whenever you just want to sort any of the things. Sort means that, let's say you just want to display the things by order. Okay, let me first go to the SQL and show you that thing right here. Let's say I write out a statement that select asterisk from info, okay, that's info underscore is students, select asterisk from info students, and that's order by, and let's the table name, sorry, the column name is stu underscore name. I just select out this statement and run it out here. Now see, basically all of the things, all of the names which I was having, that have been sorted according to the alphabetical order, and that in the ascending order, right? So what the case is that whenever you just want to sort out the names according in names or any particular column according to ascending or descending, so in that case we just use out the order by clause, right? So okay, this I have been actually selected and sorted out, ordered. Fine. Next, let's say I have a case that I just want to select it in the descending order, and that's so in the column name, that is computer. Okay, so let's use that out. So that is select asterisk from info underscore students, order by, my column name is computer, and it's DESC in the descending order. This is how we actually do. And now if I just run that out, see, according to the computer, the marks which were scored by the students in computer, according to that, my whole complete table has been sorted out. See, first one is for the first one is 30, then 29, then 25, 24, and 19. And that's so I have written in the DESC. That's the reason it has been ordered in the descending order. Right? Hope you got out this idea very much clearly. Whatever I was just trying to convey from this particular like code. right? This is how you like do out the order by clause. Fine. Okay, let me just come down. Okay, select gender from student, group by gender. Now, when you just want to group out some particular things, so in that case, we just use the group by clause. So in our case, we do not particularly cannot do that thing because we are not having any particular like this, that this particular one is having two or in any three names only or something like that. Okay. Okay. Now let's see. I just want to let me just come down first of all. Now we'll be using out the having clause. Okay, let's see that how we just use out this particular, that's the having clause. So see, I just used out the statement that select gender count asterisk from student group by gender having place is equal to Chennai. So I just want to get out the total. Let's say I just want to select out that what's the count of the gender that are having the place is equal to Chennai. Fine, this is where you just use out the having clause. So in the same case, you could just apply out this having clause here itself, because I'm just not adding that right now because I'm again gonna add out one new column, and that's the column for the basically gender. I'll be adding out one of the columns here, that is the gender. I'll be setting them out, and after that I'll be using out this having clause and one of the other clauses which we have left out. Great, so hope you got out this idea very much clearly. Whatever I was just trying to convey from this, that how you use out the order by, how you basically use out the different conditions from the select the statement. Okay, we haven't used out any condition. Let me just see that out. Select. Okay, we had used only order by. So let me just put on, let's say one condition we have used, I guess. Fine, let me just put out select, and let's say I just want to select out, no, not the asterisk, only one column, that's the okay, I just want to get out a marks of one particular student. Okay, so select, and that's the okay, that's maths comma English comma computer from info underscore students, where, okay, let me go above, where name is equal to, what's the name for that person, and let's say the name is Amit. Fine. Putting out the colon and selecting out this statement and running that out. Okay. Select what the unknown name in where clause. Okay, where. Okay, that's name. I'm so sorry. I do not know why it's just simply again and again write name. That's the stu underscore name. Fine. So if I have selected C, maths in 21, in English 23, and computer 25. So Amit has got this much number of marks in the maths, English, and computer. Right. Hope you again got out the idea that how you are gonna do out the relevant some more SQL queries, and we'll be following up from the previous video only. What are the things we have learned? I'll be taking you forward with those particular things only. Right. So first of all, what I was told you in the previous video, that right here we'll be making out one of the first one, we'll be adding out a column here, and after adding out that column we'll be using out the having clause and rest of the things. Right. Let me tell you how we add out a column here, how we just like select out and put out one of the columns in this particular SQL query. Actually, we had already written out one of the. Okay. See here, it's alter table, your table name, and what column you just want to add on, you could just write on that particular column. So let's come here and write that out. Alter table. My table name is info underscore students. Okay, and okay, let's go back. After that we have add, and now let's see out that what column we just want to add. So I just want to add out the column, that's the gender. Okay, and this is how, and this is what I just want to do out here at this particular place. See, it is the same. Okay, after that I just need to mention out the data type as well, that what type is it, but before that it's the same, right? So that would again be the var char, and let's say this is only, let's say 50 only, not more than that, right? Okay, let me select out this particular statement and run it out here. So fine, this has been added, one of the columns, that is gender, has been added. Let's check out. So I could just write for that, I could just write out here describe my table name, that's info underscore students, stu students. putting out this semicolon and running that out. So let's run it out here. So fine, have a look that this at the last the gender has been added. Fine, so now I would be closing this out. Fine. Right, so this one column has actually been added right once again right here. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is that I would be adding on some more columns. What I'll be doing is that I would be making out the changes here only. So okay, Amit, let's say that person is male. Yeah, first one was Amit, right? So my male, and running out this particular statement once again. And yeah, I know that would make out some of the okay, what's showing that insert this demo1 students doesn't exist. Table demo1 dot, okay, I need to make out info underscore students. Fine, select that out once again and run it out. Column could not doesn't match value count at row 1. Okay, alter table has been done. After that, I could just, if I just write out here, select asterisk from, and that's info underscore students, putting out this, and if I just try to run this out here at this particular place, so okay, for gender it's right here, it's null actually, because we haven't added out any of the things in the gender, so that is the reason it's actually null at this particular place, right? Okay, now I would be adding out some of the things here. So let's see how we are gonna do that. So alter table has been performed out. I would just now what do is that, let me just once go above and copy this particular statement, control C for me, coming down and doing here control V info students, and this. Now it's a time for running out this particular statement. Let's see. Column could not match the value count at row 1. Actually, yes, it won't do out that particular thing because it's already in that, I mean that it's already made out. So if I just now put on the things afterwards, so it would not be able to add out the columns for me, right? So I will just go on to the query one where we had already made out the things, and here if I just write out select asterisk from, and what's my table name, that's employee, and running that out here at this particular place. So fine, this has been actually done, this particular thing, this email has been added out here. Okay, let me minimize this out, let me go on to the OneNote, and we were supposed to use out that having clause here, right? So how to use that out? So let's, okay, 1 second, let me go down. Let's say I just want to add on a statement here in the same which we were actually making out, in the same only. I just want to, let me delete this out first of all. Okay, I would write out select, let me go on to the OneNote, select. Now let's say I just want to select out the marks. Okay, select, and let's say it's the computer, comma, I just wrote out here count in the bracket, I'll just put on the asterisk, count asterisk. Okay, now from my table, that's, oh, I'm so sorry, here goes the OneNote. So from my table I'll be adding that on. So okay, let me go on to the SQL. From my table name is info underscore students. From info underscore students, it is gonna go by here as, let me go above, order by, and my like, that's computer, order by computer. Now have a look very seriously here. Okay, sorry, from a student, okay, that's group by, we'll change that. Fine, so group by, and my basically my column name which I just want to do. After that comes here having place is equal to Chennai. So in that case, what is the condition you want to apply? So let's say I will just write here having, let's say having maths greater than, okay, maths will be greater than, let's say, and that's, let's say marks are 20. Putting out the colon, changing is to, instead of order by, that would be actually, going to the OneNote, that would be group by. Okay, so it here comes out group by computer. Okay, now if I just select this out, the statement, select the statement out and run that at this particular place. Okay, Select this limit has unknown column in having clause, that's maths. Okay, what was the column name then if it is not the one? So maths was the one only, right? So let me just come down, select info underscore students, right, group by computer having computer greater than 20. Let's do this for right here, and if I just run this out at this particular place, fine, it has been done out. So here the count is actually 1 for all of these. I was mentioning that if there would be only 2 or 3 distinct values, so in that case it is going to give you some a proper count result. But yeah, here all the counts are actually 1 only, because whatever the things we have added, that's same actually, right? So in that case it is giving me the count as 1, right? Now what if I just do here is that if I select out this particular last statement, do control plus C here, come down at this place, do control plus V, name, let's say it is 6, and let's say the name I would be changing some, okay, I'll be changing out some name here, and let's say that's okay, that's, let's say Mira, fine. Let's say the marks let be same only. Fine, I would just run out this particular statement right here. So click on run. And now after this, if I run out the above statement, now have a look that the marks for this 29, the count for this is actually 2. And the reason is that because I have added on the same marks once again here. Right here, have a look. I had just used on this particular 6, Mira, 10, 12, and 29. So this 29 has been done 2 times. First one was for the above queries which we have written. Afterwards, I just added on a new query and using this out. So in that case here, it's giving me the 2. Fine. Hope you got out this idea very much clearly. Now, if I copy out this particular, let me copy this out, Control C. And if I just come down at this particular place, and instead of computer, I make out here as English, right? Here as well, group by, I'll be making out it group by as English, and having marks here, let's say, okay, and I will set on the condition as, let's say, 50. Okay, select this out, and I'm going to run this here. So yeah, now have a look that the count is actually 1 for all of these, right? So hope you got out this idea. And okay, I just need to run out first of all this statement once again. And now if I just select this statement out and now run this at this particular place, fine. So yeah, the results are actually 1 because I had put on the condition that's greater than 15. But here the marks for the English are less than 15. Right, so this is the case. And if I change out the sign from greater than to less than, okay, instead of this, if I just put on here 10, greater than 10, and now if I select out this statement and run it at this particular place, so now have a look, it's gonna give me out 3 here, because I have run out this particular statement 2 times, so it has taken this particular one for the 2 times. So now it's a total count I'm having here. For the 12 I'm having 3, and rest I'm having a simple 1, right? Hope you got out the idea for using out the having clause as well, that how we use out this having clause and how is it useful, what are the things that we actually do out with the having clause, right? Yes, we had already seen many types of commands that we actually had read about in very much detail previously. So we had seen out the practical for many of them right here, right? So let's take a quick recap about all of the things that we had done, and even be seeing out one new command as well, right? So let's get started up. So, okay, so what I'll be doing here is that let me go on to this particular file which we were actually using out. So, yeah, this is one of the ones which we have made out previously, right? Remember, let me show you out. Great. So, yeah, students was one of the tables which you had already made previously, right? This was a table which was already made out. So, demo one was our database which we were clearly using out, and into this particular database we had made out this students table, right? The columns that we have assigned for roll number is tu underscore name, maths, English, and computer. So even we have defined out that what data type does that particularly belongs to. Now there's one simple example that needs to be one simple rule that needs to be followed up here, is that in the bracket, see here, wherever you are having a character, whatever the column you are having, and onto that column you want to put on the strings, or basically want to put on the words or sentences like that. So in that case, we assign that to varchar. Okay, now you need to enter out the particular limit as well that you are going to follow out. It's not that case that you could put on anything right here or right there. No, it's not that case, right? You need to put out a particular condition that, okay, I'm going to put out less than this or greater than this or whatever, something like that. Okay. So, hope you got out the idea regarding this. Then we have applied out the conditions, inserted the values, and all those things were actually going on. Great. So, right, let me go on to the one note where we have already seen out different types of commands. So here, this was, okay, so create, alter, drop. So we had already seen out the create, alter. Modify we have seen out. Now we'll be seeing about the drop command. That what is the drop command actually used for? So let's see, whenever you just want to drop out a table. Okay, so in that case, basically, we just use out this drop command. Let me go on to this MySQL Workbench. Okay, before that, let me just quickly select out the database that we are using. So click run here. Fine, demo, this has been selected. And right here, this is all set, done. Okay, and fine, great. Now my next command is here that comes out, that drop. One second, let me go on to the one note here, drop table teacher, right? So write out here drop table, and what's my table name that I need to drop out? Let's say that's for me is student, right? This was the name actually which we had taken. Okay, that is info underscore students. We have already changed that out. So it's info underscore students, and put out the this colon and run this out here at this particular place. Right, so here it is showing that running and this much of rows affected. Now, if I go and check out the databases which are here on, sorry, I just check out the tables which are here. So show tables and put on the colon and run this out. So right here, so just now have a look at in this demo one table, the database which we have made in demo one. So onto this, basically we are having only one single table, and that's the employee, right? So what I have done right here, I had deleted out that student's table name. So how I had done out that particular thing? So that was done simply using out this command that was drop. So drop is one of the commands which help you to delete, to drop out a particular table. Right here, let's say I just wanted to drop out info underscore student. So I have done out that particular thing. Now it depends on you that what table you want to drop out that particular place. Right, hope you got out a very clear idea. Next, let's come back to the OneNote and let me come down. So this comment is the other one. Rename, we have already seen out that how you can rename out a particular table to, okay, just one second. How you can rename out a particular table to any other name, right? That thing we are already very clear, actually very aware with, right? Okay, let me come to this particular place. Right here, now we are having these TCL commands. Okay, now what is this TCL commands? So basically these are some other commands which are basically used for making other transactions permanent and all those things, but we will be not seeing that right here. We will wait for some more time to go ahead with these particular statements. Great. Now we have the Dql commands. So select was already done here. We had already seen out a distinct, select distinct place from a student. Now let me show you this idea very clearly. Let's say this is my query. And here I just run this out. That is this one. So yes, demo one has been used. Now from here I will just use out this employee one. Okay, what are the columns that I'm having? One second, guys. So columns are employee ID, name, and the work. So name and work. Fine. Let me just move down first of all here at this place. Right here. So now basically last time I wasn't able to show you out that distinct very clearly. Why? The reason was because at that time particularly there was no such column into our students table. That was basically that shall show us about the clear idea. Okay, one second. That will basically show us the clear idea regarding the distinct. But right here we are having that particular column. So let me quickly go ahead and put on that particular things. Let's say I want to find out the distinct work. Okay, we are having one column that is emp underscore work. That is what the work does that particular employee do. So someone can be data science, someone will be related to data analyst, software engineer, web developer. Many roles are there, right? So any person can belong to any of the roles. So from that case, I'm going to use our distinct keyword with the select statement. and that will allow me to do out this particular thing. So here it goes that select, okay, that's like this. Select, I would just write here distinct, select distinct. What I need to do is that I need to go ahead with the EMP underscore work. Let me check it out. That is this the only column, or okay, that's employee underscore work. That's employee underscore work, right? Select distinct employee underscore work from. What's my table name? My table name is employee. So employee. I'm putting on the colon like this. Now I'm selecting out this particular statement, whatever I just want to run, and I'll be running that out. So basically the distinct employee works that I'm having. First one is my software engineer, business analyst, and a data analyst. So what does this distinct function actually gives you as an output? So this particular function completely focuses on giving you the idea. Let's say you are having some column, okay, onto that particular column you just want to check out that what's the what are distinct values that I'm having, right? Let's say you must be let's say this is work, this is employee underscore work column. In this column I want to find out all those particular values which are distinct to each other, means which are not similar, which are dissimilar, right? So in that case, I could simply use out this distinct function and completely allows me to give out the result of all the different entities which I'm having onto my data. Right? Hope very much clear to you. Great. After this, all keywords are already select all from places students. So yeah, this is as well one of the conditions which you could use. Let me show you how. So it goes like, let me come down first of all and remove. Yeah, it goes like select all from, and what's the table name? Okay, first of all I need to mention the column. Let's say that's okay, what was that? EMP underscore name, right? Select all EMP underscore name from, and my table name is employee. But before that, let me quickly go above and check out that what's the column name. That's employee underscore name. Okay, that's employee completely, employee. Right, and coming down just 1 second, and let me just quickly run out this particular statement. So it basically select, okay, which statement have I used? Select all employee name from employee, right? So basically this gave me that particular result from, okay, this one has select all underscore employee name, this one, and run out this statement. So yeah, here are all the names, right? Whatever the names I'm having onto this particular table, all the names I have got here at this particular place, right? Let's close this out here for a while. Right, let's once again go on to the one note. So between and not between is already, we have already gone in a very much detail regarding this particular statement. For in we have already seen that it's completely used for putting out the conditions, right? So basically you want to select out any particular columns, and after that from a particular column, and even you just want to let's say apply some conditions as well, that where place is this much, or the employee ID is this, or the employee work is, or the employee name is something this much only, right? So in that particular case, this in keyword is completely used out, right? Next we have order by clause. So whenever you just want to sort out your data in the ascending order, so ascending or descending, anything works, right? So in that case we just use out this order by clause. So by default the order by clause sorts out your data into the ascending order. Now if you just want to sort that into the descending order, so in that case, after writing out this command, that is select this is from and sort order by, and after that you could just put on the DEST short form, and it will basically display out the thing for you, right? Next we have a group by clause. So this is basically for grouping by that. Basically, okay, let's say you are having gender, so it will give you that how many total males you are having, how many total females you are, something like that. It will be resulting you as an output. For the having clause as well, it works about the same only, right? Okay, so this was the correct way for using out the statements. TCL we are not going to cover right here. Okay, let me quickly go above, right? So this was one on grant and the revoke functions. Remember we had discussed about the grant and revoke. So it basically allow the user to create out a session. So this is how basically you create out a session. Right, the command is grant create session to username. Right, now grant create table to username. What is the username you had made above? Now basically you allow the user to create out a table there. So this is the command that is particularly used out. Okay. And yes, these are all the commands which are completely user. Let me just go on to the other one because this thing we are going to discuss sometime afterwards, not today. Some afterwards in the further videos. So these are done. Create, alter, drop are completely done. Modify, describe is drop, comment, and rename is as well completed. This was our data of the students. Select, insert, update. Yes, update I guess we haven't done till now. Let's quickly do that update one. Right. So let me just come down first of all. 1 second. Update right here. Now, whenever we just want to update out any value, so in that case, we just use out this update method. Okay. So how the command goes is for let's say I have a command that is update. What column you want to? Oh, sorry. What particular row you want to update? Let's say I want to update out the employee that's employee underscore name. Okay. Let's say this is one which I want to update. So update, okay, first of all, I need to mention out the table name. I'm sorry. So my table name is employee. Okay, update employee. Now after that, what was the command that I need to write out? I'm to write set. Right, after this I have that, what I just want to set out. So I want to go ahead with the employee, that's PLOY, employee underscore name is equal to. Now putting in a double inverted commas, see here, you'll be setting out the value which you want to set out. Okay. So let's say I just want to change out some of the names, but where I would get out the name. Let me come down actually. Okay, let's change it for Arun. Okay. So a little bit more down. So where the name now new name is actually let's say Amit. Okay. Where the condition goes where employee underscore name is equal to, and here we're putting on the real name for that person, that's Aaron, right? And after that put on the 1 second, put on the colon like this. 1 second, let me show you right here. Okay, so let me come down and give out a space for writing out. So you use out the update. After that you use out your basically table name that you have, and you set out a particular employee name, whatever you just want to change out. You have done that, and after that you use out the where clause where employee name is equal to whatever respective name you just want to put. Okay, you just select out this particular statement and run that out. Right, so you're okay. Update mode, you try to table without where that uses a key. Okay, let me put on this where as capital, so like WHERE right here. Let's select this out, Control C. Okay, I'm so sorry, that's not. Select out this statement and run that 1 second. Okay, you're using safe update mode and try to update. Okay, hold on. Guys, actually we need to use out the some of the other first of all statements, then this particular update will work. Actually I haven't used out that grant or revoke, so that this won't work out, right? In this particular video we are going to learn about the different keys which we have here in the SQL. So let me quickly put on the topic for today. Right here, so that is keys in SQL, right? So this is the particular topic that we're going to discuss right today. Okay, so quickly let's get started out. So the very first thing that I'm going to discuss is that what are keys actually. Okay, first of all I'll be telling you about the keys in detail, that what are these. Then I'll be telling you about the different types of keys which we actually have out here. Okay, fine. So okay, let's write out some of the things here. So the keys, right? Let's see that what are actually keys. So we can see, first of all, let me tell you the older definition, or even just let me write out as well here. So keys is an attribute. It's an attribute, or you could say actually a set of attributes. That doesn't make out any too much difference. I'm just not writing that. Okay. So basically, keys is an attribute which helps you to identify. Okay, let me just write out the correct identify. okay, which helps you to identify a row in a table. Okay, fine. Please have a clear look here on this particular thing that I'm going to say. So, keys is actually an attribute which completely helps you to identify a row in a table. So, whenever you just want to identify out a row in a table, so in that case, key is an attribute which helps you to do out the same particular thing. Right? Hope you first of all got out this idea that what are these keys and what are they actually used for. Right? So basically they allow you to find out a relation between two tables. This is one another thing which is done by the keys. So these keys basically allow you to find out a relation between the tables. So I will just put on a simple point here, that's finding the, and I could just write out here like this, finding the relations, right? This is what I could just put on. Clear? Okay, great. So basically these are first of all some few things regarding the keys, that what are they actually and what are they used for. Now next I'm going to list out all the keys which we have here, and I would just naming them with a different color. So let's say I'll just take out this particular one. Fine. So the first type of key which we are having is super key. So here goes the super key, the very first name of the keys, right? Okay. Next we are having here, that's the primary key. So primary, and here goes the key. Great. Next, third we are having the candidate key. So candidate, and here goes the key. Okay, let me come down 1, 2, 3. Here goes the fourth option, right? So next I am having here as alternate key. So alternate, and here goes the key, right? Next, after the alternate key, I am having here foreign key. So here goes the foreign, and here goes the key, right? Then number 6 we are having here as compound key. Okay, compound key. And number 7 I am having here as a surrogate key. Surrogate, and here goes the key. Okay, so yeah, these are some of the keys which we have here in the SQL. Let me just move above once. So the keys which are here and basically which are particularly used are that are actually super key, the primary key, the candidate key, and the foreign key. Super, primary, and foreign are actually the most used out. These words are completely most used out. Other than that, we have some more keys as well which I have completely listed out here. So we'll be discussing about all of the keys in a very much detail right here. Okay, so I would start with the very first key, and let me come down. Fine. So the very first key that I'm going to go ahead with is the super key. So here goes the super, and here goes the key. Right, so I'll be telling you that what super key actually is. Okay, so I could just write that it is a group of single or multiple. It is a group of single or multiple keys which identifies rows in a table. Fine. So super key, we have this one of the keys, and what it is completely a group of single or multiple keys which identifies rows in a table. Okay, as I told you in the very starting about the keys in SQL, that what are these completely used for? So these are completely used for finding out the relation in the rows, right? So finding out the rows in a table or the things like that, right? So in the case of the super key, what is it? It is completely, first of all, a group of single or multiple keys which identifies the rows in a table, right? Hope you got this idea very clearly. Next. Great. So coming to the next point, I am having here as primary key. So here goes the primary key. Let me just come down first of all. So it goes here at the space. Great. So moving for the primary key, what it is? So I could just write that it is a I could write column or a group of columns It is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify. So it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify every row in table. Right. So primary key, it is basically, you could say it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify every row in a table. Right. So this is what the primary key actually is. Great. So let me now just come down to some new space. Great. So let's start with the third part, and that's the candidate key. So candidate, and here goes the key. Right, now what it is actually, so it is a set of attributes, it is a set of attributes that uniquely QUELY, so it is a set of attributes that uniquely identify identify out the rows in a table. So it is again a set of attributes that uniquely identify the rows in a table. Now basically what is the thing that we have here? So candidate key, it is, I could just write it from a form of this, that it is a, so it is a super key. So here goes like this. So okay, so completely it is super key with no repeated attributes, with no repeated attributes. So here goes the attributes like this, right? So about the candidate key, so it is a set of attributes that uniquely identify the rows in a table, right? So it is a super key only which has no repeated attributes onto it particularly, right? So this was about the candidate key. Now, if we just move above for a while, so I just discussed with you that keys, what are these? So this is an attribute which helps you to identify out a row in a table, right? This is what was the work of the keys. So they basically help you to identify out a row in a table. Now, basically these are as well used for finding out the relations, right? When I talk about different types of keys which we have, so that are named as super key, primary key, candidate, alternate, foreign, compound, and surrogate keys. So these are some different 7 types of keys which we have here in the SQL. Now, if we talk about super key in detail, so it's completely a group of single or multiple keys which identifies the rows in a table, right? A group of single or multiple keys. When I talk about primary key, so it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identifies out the every row in a table. So whenever we just talk about uniquely identifying every row in a table, so in that case comes here the primary key. Next we have about the candidates key. So it is a set of attributes that uniquely identify the rows in a table. So uniquely identify the rows in a table is the same thing. So it is a set of attributes. Now it is a kind of a super key which has no repeated attributes onto it. Super key we have already studied that it is a group of single or multiple identifiers row. It basically helps us to identify the rows in a table, right? Single or multiple keys. So in the same case, candidate keys as well a set of attributes that uniquely identifies the rows in a table. So I could just even say that it is a super key with no repeated attributes into it, right? So hope you got out the idea first of all regarding that what are keys in SQL, what are these used for, then what are the different types of keys which we have, and we had seen about the super primary and the candidate key in detail as well. So the rest of the keys which we are left out here with, and these we have been discussed. So rest of these which we are left out here are, so in that case basically we'll be discussing this. What are the keys which we have in SQL, what does that actually mean, and why are basically the keys used, and what different types of keys we have discussed, and even we have gone in detail with some of the keys, right? Let me quickly take a review of the previous like work which we have done out, whatever we have learned, and after that I'm moving towards the new ones. Okay, great. So let's go ahead. So here it goes that what are the keys in SQL? So it is an attribute which helps you to identify out a row in a table. So the case is that whenever you just want to identify out a row in a table, so in that case we use out the key. So these are type of an attribute. Okay. So and even they are basically used for finding out the relations as well. Relations between the rows, between the tables and all those cases, right? So in total we have 7 keys here in the SQL, which are followed by super key, primary key, candidate key, alternate key, foreign key, compound key, and surrogate key. These are the 7 total keys which we have out here. So let's move towards the very first key, that's the super key. What is that actually? So it's a group of single or multiple keys which identifies out a row in our table. Right, so this is what super key is, that it is a completely group of single or multiple keys which helps to identify out rows in a table. What about the primary key? So primary key, it is a column or a group of columns in a table that uniquely identify each row in a table. And when we talked about the candidate keys, so candidate keys are a set of attributes that uniquely identify out the rows in a table. So it's basically belonging to a super key. It's a kind of a super key which do not have any repeated attributes, right? So yeah, this was a quick recap of all the basically all the keys which we have seen yesterday, right? Now let me quickly take out a color from here so that we can proceed on with some new things for today, right? So I will just take on this one and let's start with the number 4th key, right? Let's discuss the rest of the keys. Okay, so we had discussed till the candidate. Next we are having the key, that's alternate key. So here goes the alternate key. Okay, one second. Yes, all the above 3 were discussed. After that we are left out with, okay, actually here I just missed on writing one of the key, that's the composite key. That's also one of the keys which I completely missed on. Sorry for that. So here we could just add this as number 7 and here comes the number 8, total 8 keys. Okay, great. So yeah, here we begin with the alternate key. So what are these? So I could just write that it is a column. It is a column, or I could say or group of columns. It is a column or group of columns right here. So it is a column or a group of columns in a table. I'm just not going to write out that uniquely. So here goes that uniquely identify every row. So every row in a table, right? So alternate keys, it is a column or a group of columns that uniquely identify out the every row in a table, right? This is what alternate keys actually are. Fine. Next, let me move towards the next key, and now we have the foreign key here. So here goes the foreign key, right? Fine. So I could say about the foreign key that it is a column. It is a column that creates a relationship between two tables. So this foreign keys, it's a column that creates out the relationship between two tables, right? So what's the main purpose? Okay, what's the main purpose of the foreign keys? The main purpose of foreign keys is basically to maintain out the data integrity. And first one is to maintain out the data integrity, and the second one is basically to allow navigation between two different instances of an entity. So it as well allows basically the movement and the changement, the navigation between two different instances of an entity. This is one another use of the foreign key. Right, hope I gave you a clear idea even regarding that what's the foreign key. So it is a column that creates a relationship between two tables, right? And this is completely used to maintain out the data integrity and allow the navigation between the two different instances of an entity. Right, hope you are very much clear with this foreign key. Okay, next we move towards the next topic, and that we are having here as compound key. Right, now let's understand, let's see that what compound keys actually are. Fine, so I would just write that it has two or more attributes. It has two or more attributes that allow you to uniquely recognize a specific record. So here goes the record. Great. Right. So what's a compound key? So it has first of all two or more attributes, which what they actually do. So they allow you to uniquely recognize a specific record, right? So this is what is the compound key actually. Other than that, basically here in the compound key is it is possible that each column may not be unique by itself within the database. This is one case can be there that each of the column is not unique within the database, right? This can as well be the cases, right? So compound key, it has two or more attributes that allow you to uniquely recognize out a specific record, right? So yeah, hope this compound key is as well very much clear to you. After that, we are having here the composite. So here goes the composite key. Great. Let me get out some space for writing out. Fine. Now, what is a composite key? So it is a okay, I will just write that it is a only. So yeah, it is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely QUELY, right? So composite key, it is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely identify rows in a table. So that uniquely identify the rows in a table, right? Yeah. So this is what composite key actually is. So it is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely identify the rows in a table, right? This is the composite key. Other than that, basically the combination of the columns which are actually made out that we were just talking about. So these combinations as will guarantee out the uniqueness to you through the individual, and through individual uniqueness is actually not guaranteed, but yeah, they basically give you a guarantee out the uniqueness as well in this composite key. Right, hope you're clear with this as well. And now moving towards the last key which we are having here, and that's, okay, let me get out a space for writing. So that's surrogate key. This is the next key that we are having and that we are gonna deal with, right? Fine. So what it is, okay, so it's a little bit different from all of the keys which we have studied. So it is I could just write first of all like this, that it is an artificial key. So it is an artificial key. So it is an artificial key which aims to uniquely identify. Great, fine. So it is an artificial key which aims to uniquely identify out each record right? So this is what surrogate key actually is. So it is an artificial key first of all, and what it actually do, so it actually aims to uniquely identify each record. Okay, so here it is somewhat record like this. Okay, yeah. After that, basically these are the kind of keys which are unique because they are created whenever you just do not have any natural primary key. So in that case, these surrogate keys are being created, right? Okay, let me quickly go above for a while and let me take a quick revision of all of the keys which we have discussed. So we have discussed about the alternate key. So it is a column or group of columns that uniquely identify every row in a table, right? What about the foreign key? So it is a column that creates out a relationship between the two tables. Moving towards the compound key, so it has two or more attributes that allow you to uniquely recognize a specific record. Then we have composite keys. So what is it? It is a combination of two or more columns that uniquely identify rows in a table. And moving at last to the surrogate keys. So it is an artificial key which aims to uniquely identify each record, right? So hope you got out the idea regarding all of these keys which we have here in the SQL, and within the next videos we'll be seeing about the practical of these, how to declare a primary key, how to declare a foreign key, how to declare candidate keys. All of these things we'll be seeing in the practical. About the joins in SQL, actually SQL basically the structured query language that consists of many types of joins as well, which we have here in the SQL, which are completely used for writing out the queries or going ahead and putting on a different conditions. So joins are completely used for merging up of the two rows, merging up of the columns and some things like this. So in the same way, we have around 4 types of joins in SQL. So I'm going to discuss about all of them in a detail right here in this particular video. So before that, let me quickly put on the heading for today that we are going to discuss, and that is joins in SQL. This goes the topic for today. Fine. First of all, I'll be telling about the join statement, that what is that used for, and after that I'll be introducing you to the different types of joins which we have in the SQL. So this is how we are going to proceed on, right? So let's first of all see that what's the use of this. So I would just write that SQL join statement, the statements of the join statements which we have in SQL. So a SQL join statement, basically it's used for now what is that completely used for? So it's completely used for combining. So it's used for combining data or rows. It's used for combining about the data or rows from more than two tables. Okay, from more than two tables or two tables, 3, 4, whatever. Not okay. One case here applies that you cannot add combine a row or combine a column one single table, right? Because that's not at all possible. So you need more than two or more than two different tables to be combined up, the data which is there and present into those tables, to combine up that data and the rows. Right, first of all, hope I am very much clear with this particular thing, that what's this join statement completely used for, why we just introduce out this topic, and why we should actually learn about this topic, and what's the use of this particular join statement. Right, now basically how does it combines the data or rows? It is not the like case that it will combine anyway. No, we have several conditions as well which are applied, and due to that conditions only the the join statement completely takes place. It's not that you apply any of the condition and the join will be the rows or the data will be joined. No, we have some specific conditions that need to be present, then only this particular join statements actually works out. Let me tell you what are those. So okay, it's used for combining data or rows. Now what is the condition that is here? So it on a based on a common field between them. Now what do I mean by that, based on a common field between them? See, it means that either one or the other field should be common. Field, we can say about simple words, if I say that's a column. Okay, so that should be common in both of the data, whatever the two tables you are want to combine, or whatever the things you want to combine. So there should be a common field between them. Let's say you want to combine up the rows. So in that case, in that particular that row, there should be some or the other common field. With the help of that common field only, you would be able to join up your tables, right? So first is that it is completely used for joining up the data or rows within the two or more than two tables. Other than that, there shall be one common field based one or the other, whatever you just say. So the combination which is done for the data or for the rows from the table, so in that the condition applies that that should be based on a common field between them. Okay, hope I just made out this particular thing very much clear. First of all, that how you use out this join statement and what are the conditions that need to be applied, then only your tables would be completely joined out. Now I've been introducing you to the different four types of joins which we have here in the SQL. So I would start with the very first one, and that's the inner join. Okay, that's I, but let me just make that out. So it's INNER. It's like that, inner, and here goes the join. Okay. Next we have the left join. Left, and here we have the join. Third, we are having the right join. So here goes the right and here goes the join. And at fourth, I'm having full join. So it goes the full join. Okay, so these are the complete four types of joins which we have here in the SQL, which are followed by inner, left, right, and full. Okay, now we'll be seeing upon all of them in a very detail here. Okay, but before that, let me just quickly draw out a quick table. Into that table, I would simply add, like put on the rows only. I would put on the columns only. I would just not put out rows because otherwise it's gonna take out a long time, right? So I would simply put on the columns only. So let's say this is my table, and let's say my table consists of 5 columns. Okay, so here goes the first column. Okay, then I would just take out the next. Okay, how come I take the arrow? Fine. So here is a line. So here goes my second column. Next I would be taking, okay, draw, put on the draw, then table, the third column. Here again goes the fourth column. Last one is fifth. These are imbalanced, but yes, fine. And here I would be taking one just like this, so that I could just write on the column names right here. Okay. Fine. So what are my column names which I'm having here onto this particular thing? So first one, the very first column of mine which I have here is roll number. Okay, so I just put on that roll number. Next column belongs to the name, because as it is a data for the student, so it will be having roll number, name. Then we have here address. So ADD is for the address. Okay. Then here I have at the last phone numbers, and at last I have the column that's age. So basically these are some of the columns which we are having onto our data, right? Hope I'm very much clear with this particular thing. So we'll be dealing up with this particular table only, right? So let me just come down here and let me take out a different pen, and so that we could proceed on with the very first join which we have. So the very first join which we are having is inner, and here goes the join, right? Inner join we are having. Now, first of all, I just want to let you know one particular thing regarding this inner join is that it's one of the very much simplest join which we have here in the SQL queries. One of the very simple one. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to tell you first of all what is the inner join. So what does it actually do? So I would just write that it selects. I would just write down that it selects all the rows. It selects all rows from both the tables, from both the whatever the tables you have taken out, it is going to select out all the rows from both out of tables, as long as the condition satisfies, as I told you that basically whatever the joins we are having, we all need to put on one of the condition, then only these join statements actually work about, right? So that the same thing I have mentioned here for the inner join as well, that it will select all the rows from both of the tables. What are tables you are having? It will select out all the rows from that tables till that particular time till the time your condition actually satisfies. Okay, so till the time your condition is going to satisfy, it is going to select out the rows from both of the tables, and the time where your condition does not satisfy, it will leave out at that particular place only. Right? Hope I'm very much clear with this particular thing. Now, next thing regarding the inner join is that we see that these are the keywords actually. Okay, so I would just mention that out, that the keyword will create, what will it do? It will create out, it will create a, it will create the result set, the result, it will create the result set by combining all rows, by combining all, let me just come down here, by combining all rows from both the tables. So basically it will be resulting you as an output with a combination of all the rows from both the tables which you have actually combined out, right? And where the condition will be satisfying, that is the values for the common field will be same. Whatever the fields you are having, so the values for both of the fields will remain out same here. Right, so hope I'm very much clear with the first of all this inner join, that what is this actually and how we just use that out. Now, after understanding the use, next very important thing comes is about the syntax. That what's the syntax that we have to use here for the following out the inner join. So the syntax is, first of all, we just write out our select statement. So select, and here you need to write out the table name. So select table, and after that your column names, whichever you are having, that all are okay. So here goes that from this particular table. So here your okay, 1 second, here your table names come out. So from table underscore name. After that we have the function that's inner join, that I just introduced you right here. So it goes like inner join, right? Inner join, and here goes your table 2. Okay, now here what you need to follow is that here you need to write out table 1 dot column 1. Okay, then you'll be writing table 1 dot column 2. Then again you need to write out table 2 dot column 1 and table 2 dot column 2. So what are the columns you are combining from the table 1 and the table 2? You need to mention out those column names here in this particular idea with the name of the tables. Okay, and here you're going to enter out the, put on the table name 1. For the first table which you're having, you'll be putting on the name of that table after this from function. So inner join, and in the inner join you will be putting out the table 2 name. Okay, then comes on table 1 name dot, and here goes the matching column which you are having, matching column is equal to, and here goes the table 2 dot matching, table 2 dot matching underscore column. Right, so this is the syntax that we actually follow out, that from the select statement, first of all from the table 1 you need to select out the column 1, and from table 1 you need to select out the column 2. Then from the table 2 you need to select out the column 1, and then from the table 2 you need to select out the column 2 as well. After that you need to write out the table name 1 using the from function, and then in the inner join function you'll be mentioning out your table 2 name. After that you will be putting on one condition, that's on, and there goes table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 dot matching column. So what are the matching columns are in the table 1 and table 2, you would be writing the name of both of the columns here, right? So hope I am very much clear about the syntax and the use of this inner join function, and even the use of the joins in the SQL statements. So we completed up this inner join function. Rest of the functions I'll be discussing in the further video. We had discussed about the joins, that what is joins, what it is used for, and what are the different types of joins which we have here in the SQL, right? So we had seen total 4 types of join, that were inner, left, right and full, right? These were the 4 types of joins which we were having, and we had discussed about the inner join in detail. So what was that actually? So inner join, it basically selects out all the rows from both the table as long as the condition which you have applied that satisfies. So this particular keyword will create the result set by combining all the rows from both the tables. This is what is actually done in the join, and this was the syntax which we have used out, right? So now today I'll be moving forward with the second type of join, and that's we are having as left join. Right, so I'll be discussing about the left join now. Okay, how come I write the T here left, and here goes now the join function. Okay, fine. What does it actually helps us to do? So this function, it returns all the rows of the table. It returns all the rows of the table on the left side of the join, and matching rows, and I would just go on, and matching rows for the table on the right side, okay, on the right side of the join. Right, fine. Let me explain you what it does actually. So left join is one of the another functions. First of all, it returns you the rows of the table on the left side of the join, and matching rows for the table on the right hand side of the join. So what it returns you out all rows of the table on the left hand side of the join, and matching rows for the table on the right hand side of the join. So what are the rows you are having onto the table? It returns those onto the left hand side of the join, wherever you have just joined out that particular table with the whatever the column or row you have joined out. So it is going to return out all the rows of that table onto the left hand side, and whatever will be the matching rows for the table, and what will be the matching rows of the table, all of them will be displayed, all of them will be put up on the right hand side of the join. So on the left side you get out the rows of the table, and on the right hand side you get out the matching rows of the table. Right, hope I'm very much clear with this left join function, that first of all it returns you the all rows of the table. Secondly, it returns you the rows of the table onto the left hand side of the join, and it returns you out the matching rows of the table onto the right hand side of the join. Right, now fine, next thing comes here. Let me come down. Right, fine. So now basically we have the row for which there is no matching row, the row for which there is no matching row on right side, the result set, I would just write that the result will be null, Null. Now the row basically for which there is no matching row on right side. So let's say there is a row, and for that particular there is no such of a matching row on the right hand side. So in that case, the result which we get out is basically null, Null. It means that onto the other side we do not have out a matching row. Right, now what's the syntax that we need to follow up here? So I would just write out here the syntax, and let's come down here. So here I'm going to use out that select statement. So here goes select, and here comes first of all the table1 dot table. Okay, table1 dot, here comes the column 1, putting out a comma, here comes the table1 dot column 2, and here goes the column 2. Again putting out, okay, I'm sorry, let me just come down here. 1 second. Fine. After this we just put on a comma, and here again comes about the table2 dot column 1, then comes table2 dot column 2, and up to whatever we just want to do, right? So this is done. After that we just write out from, and here we write out the table1 name. So table1, right, here comes, okay, table1. Next we are going to use out the function, that's the left join function, which we need to use out left join, and here comes the table2. So okay, that is table 2, right? One second, that's table. Okay, let that be. Okay, let me take out the eraser first of all here, and now let me take on the pen once again. So here this and that. Okay, so table, and here goes the 2, right? So tab, that's L, and here E, table 2, fine. Then comes here the on condition on table 1 dot matching, on table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 dot, and for the table 2 as well, on is equal to table 2 dot, and here as well comes the matching column, right? So left join table 2 on table 1 dot matching underscore column is equal to table 2 dot matching underscore column. So this is the condition which we apply out here for to the left join. Okay, hope you are very much clear with this particular thing as well, that how does this left join function actually works, and what is the syntax that you need to follow up for the left join, right? Now let's move towards the next part of the join functions, and now we are having the right join. So let me just come down here at a particular place, and let me put on the heading, that's number 3rd, and here we have the right. Okay, how do I make this j like this, right, and here goes the join, fine. Now what is this right join function used for completely? Now it is a little bit of similar to the left join function only, so I would just write out that it returns all the rows, of the table, returns all the rows of the table on the right side, of the join, and matching rows for the table on the left side of the join. Now this is simply the opposite for the left join. So in right join, what happens that it returns all the rows of the table onto the right hand side of the join, and the matching rows for the table onto the left hand side of the join. What was happening in the left join? Once let me just go above. Where's that left join? One second. So here we have, and even let me take out a highlighter as well, so it's easy for me to highlight the thing so that you understand the things clearly, right? So it returns all the rows of a table onto the it returns all the rows of the table on the left side of the join. So what is happening here into this particular left join, that it is basically returning all the rows of the table onto the left hand side of the join, and the matching rows are returned onto the matching for the table onto the right side of the join, right? This is what is happening here onto this particular left join. And for the right, what is happening? Let me just come down. So for the right, it is returning all the rows of the table onto the right side of the join, and the matching rows for the table are being returned onto the left hand side, right? So hope you got out the idea regarding this left join as well, that left and the right join. That first of all, what's the basic difference between both of these, particularly left join and the right join as well, right? So hope you are clear with the left join and the right join. So for the right join, we have the syntax as well, so that will not be seen right here. We'll be seeing this particular thing up in the next video, right? So hope you got out the very clear idea regarding first of all the left join, and second that what's the way seen about the left join, and even with for the right join as well, right? We had seen that in the right join, it returns out all the rows of the table onto the right side of the join, and matching rows for the table onto the left hand side of the join, right? This was what happening. Now let me go down here. First of all, let me just quickly took out a pen here so that I could proceed on with the writing as well. Yes, but let that be a little bit of thinner pen, it's too much of thick. Fine, great. Now the rows we are having, that the rows for which the rows for which there is no matching row, there is no okay, 1 second, there is no matching row on left side, then the result would be, then the result will be null, N-U-double-L. So if there is no such matching row on the left hand side, so in that case your result would be for that particularly null, right? Hope you are very much clear. One another thing, that the right join is as well known as a right outer join. Okay, right. Now let me just come down here at this particular place, and let me add on the syntax for the right join. Now the syntax is again similar to the same which we had learned above. Simply the difference is that instead of that left join place, we write out the right join. Let me write that out. So here goes the select statement. Here goes your table 1 dot column 1. So here goes the column 1. Then your table 1 dot column 2 up to your whatever the tables, and then goes the table 2 dot column 1. Then table 2 dot column 2 up to whatever you are having, right? And after that, here goes the from condition from table 1. Then goes the your function, that's right join. Everything would be in capital, okay? Right and join. Right join, and here goes the table number 2, and simply putting on a on condition here, and on table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 dot matching column, right? Simply the difference is here we have just put on the left out the right join function, whichever you just wanted to use out, right? Hope I'm very much clear with the right join as well. Now we have the last join function here, that's the full join. So as from the name only, it suggests out its thing that what it is gonna do, but yeah, let's see out that what things we can do with the help of this full join function. So okay, so it creates out the result set by combining the left join and the, let me go down, by combining the left join and the right, okay, right, it's not that, right, and here goes the join. So basically what it does, it creates out the result set by combining up the left join and the right join. What does the result set actually contains, which is gonna come as an output? So the result set will contain all the rows. The result set will contain all the rows from both the tables, okay, it will be containing up the result set from both the tables. Now next comes that the rows for which there is no matching, the result set comes to be null. Right now I will just explain the things in a very detailed way. So first of all, that what output do we get from this full join function? So the output which we get from this full join function, it basically helps you to create out the result set by combining the result from the left join and the right join as well, right? Next, the result set which we contain all the rows from both the tables. So the result that we finally get out, it contains out all the rows from both the tables, from the table 1 and even from the table 2. So the rows for which there is no matching, now in the left and right we were just comparing from the left side or from the right side, but into the full join function we see that the row for which there is no matching, so in that case the result set comes to be the null, right? Hope I'm very much clear with this particular thing for the full join function, right? Now basically let's come down here and let's add on the syntax for this particular function. So here comes the syntax. So the syntax is again similar to the previous ones only. So I would just select statement goes up here. So select table 1 dot column 1 comma table 2, sorry, it's not table 2, it's table 1, or table 1 dot column 2 comma, then let's say another view are having, so it goes table 2 dot column 1 comma table 2 dot column 2 and etc. It goes up till like whatever the value you are putting on, it depends on to the column names, right? Next, here comes the from statement. From basically is used for select out the table. So here in this case, we'll be selecting out the table 1. Here comes my function name, that's the full join function. So I just put on full join table 2. So it means that from the table 1, we are joining up the table 2, right? Completely joining up. And what are the conditions that are applied using the on keyword? So the condition goes on table 1 dot matching column, table 1 dot matching column is equal to table 2 is equal to table 2 dot matching column. Now matching column means that this particular column shall be present in both of the tables. It means the common the common column which you are having in both of the tables, that comes here under the matching column term, right? So I was just simply using out matching column and matching column. So it means that whatever the common column name you are having in both of the tables, simply apply that out right here. So now let me just go up. Okay, first of all, I hope that you are now very much clear first of all that what are the different functions which we have, different joins which we have out here. Let me give you a very quick recap regarding all of the functions here which we have studied up till now. So let me just quickly take on the highlighter and let me just increase out that highlighter a little bit. So right here it goes. Okay, let me go above. Let's start from the very starting. Great. So here we have first of all the joins. That what are the join statements? So these are used for combining the data or rows based upon the common fields between them. So what are the common fields which we are having in the data or in the table? So it is based upon the combination of those, right? Now let me come down here. So in total we are having these 4 types of join functions: inner join, left join, right join, and full join. Simply I made out this table, but right here we will not be using that out. So here comes the very first topic, that's the inner join. So basically what it does, it select out all the rows from both the tables till the point your condition satisfies. It is gonna select out all the rows from both of the tables. So this particular keyword will create out the result set by combining all the rows from both the tables. And this was the syntax that we have followed on. Next we had seen about the left join. So this was the function that was returning us all the rows of the table onto the left hand side and the matching rows of the table onto the right hand side. So the row for which there is no such matching row on the right side, so the result will be simply null, right? And this was the syntax that was followed for the left join. And then we were having the right join. So basically what was happening in the right join? So it was returning us all the rows of the table onto the right hand side of the join and the matching rows for the table onto the left hand side of the join, right? The rows for which there is no such matching row on left side, then the result will be null for that particular case, right? Next I was having the full join function. So what was that used for? So it was basically used for creating out the result set by combining the left join and the right join. So it's basically the combination of the left join function and even the combination of the right hand join function. So result set will contain all the rows from both the tables. The rows for which there is no matching, the result set comes to be null. And this is the syntax which we follow up here, right? So hope I'm very much clear with this particular all of the 4 join functions to you, that basically what are these used for, what are the syntaxes, and what are the cases where we just use out these join functions. About some new topic in the SQL for the data science, right? So the topic that I'm going to follow up today are the SQL constraints. So constraints. Okay. So this is the topic for today that we're going to go ahead with, and that's the SQL constraints. We are going to see that what are the topic that lies TRAI. Okay, that is TRAIN. Here one T I had missed out. Now it's okay. Right, so we are going to see that what are the topics that come under this particular section, and even we are going to do out and put on some different topics here, right? So what I would do here is that I would simply take out a new color so as I could begin with the writing of the rules. Okay, so yeah, here goes that. First of all, we'll be discussing that what are the constraints. Okay, right here. Okay, so I could see that constraints are the rules that constraints are the rules that we apply on the type of data in our table in our table. So constraints are basically the rules that we apply on the type of data in a table. Let's say I'm working with some data which is stored in our table. Right, so what are the rules that I'm going to apply, and what are the things that I'm going to apply onto that particular data which is stored in a table? That is completely known as constraints. Right, hope I am very much clear with that particular thing. Now, and what is this? Okay, that is fine. Now, why we just use it out? So that is, I would mention out, that is we can specify. Let me now just go out down here. Okay, constraints are the rules that we apply on the type of data in a table. That is, we can specify the limit on the type of data that can be stored in a particular column in a table using constraints. It put on like this, right? So yeah, this is regarding first of all that constraints, that what are these and what are they useful. Let me quickly again give you a revision of that. So constraints are the rules that we apply on the type of data in a table. That is, we can specify the limit on the type of data that can be stored in a particular column in a table using the constraints. Right, hope I am very much clear with this particular thing. Now, what are the available constraints that we have here in the SQL? So I would just put on the heading for that the available constraints are, okay, what are the available constraints? So that are, first one I am having here as the not null. Right, so this is very first available constraint that we have here in the SQL. So that's the not null. What is this used for? So let me go ahead and put on all of those things. So this constraint tells that we cannot store. This particular constraint tells that we cannot store a null value in a column. This is the very first thing that this particular constraint tells. So this constraint tells us that we cannot store a null value in a column. Right. Next, in a column, that is, if a column, let me just come down, get out some space for writing. Right, that is, if a column, here goes the column, right? So that is, if a column is specified as not null, that is, if a column is specified as not null, then we will not be able to store null in this particular column. In this, I will just simply write out column here, in this column any more. So what is this not null constraint helps us? So this particular constraint is that we cannot store a null value in a column. It means that if a column is specified as not null, then we will not be able to store null into this particular column anymore. Okay. So this is first of all the very first constraint that we have out here, and which is not null, right? Let me come down to a new line and let me go ahead with the second one for now. Okay, so the second one I am having here is unique, that's the unique. Okay, second one we are having here as unique. So now what is this particular constraint and what is this particular used for? So I would mention out that this constraint, so this constraint tells, okay, one second, this constraint I will just not go ahead with like this. I would write out that this constraint when specified, so this constraint when specified with a column, tells that all the values in the column with like all the values which we are having in the column must be actually unique. Unique means that each of the values shall differ from all the values whichever I stored here, right? So this particular constraint when specified with a column tells us all the values in the column must be unique. Okay, and that is must be unique, that is the values in any row, that is the values in any row of a column, that the values in any row of a column, like what are the values you are having in the row or in any of the rows of a column, must not be that action shall not be repeated. Must not be, let me just go down here, must not be repeated. Right, so the constraint when specified with a column tells that all the values in the column must be unique, that is the values in any row of a column must not be repeated out. It means, as I mentioned out, that all the values shall be dissimilar to each other. Fine, this is what the unique constraint actually means out here. Then the third number I would be having here, the number 3, and that's the primary key. So primary, and here goes the key, primary key. Okay, primary key. So a primary key, like this, right? So a primary key is a field. A primary key is a field. Right here. So the primary key is a field which can uniquely. So a primary key is a field which can uniquely identify each row. Which can uniquely identify each row in a table, right? In a table, it can actually uniquely identify each row, and the constraint is used, and the constraint is used to specify, and the constraint is used to specify a field, in a table as primary, a primary key. So the primary key constraint is that it is a field which can uniquely identify each row in a table, right? And this particular constraint is used to specify out a field in a table as a primary key. So like let's say you are having out a data and that data is stored in a form of a table. So what is this primary key constraint used for? So this would actually help you out to specify out a field in a table, and that particular field in the table would be known as the primary key, right? So hope I am very much clear with the primary key to you. Let me just go above and go ahead with all the SQL constraints which we had seen till now. So first of all, we had seen about what are the constraints. So it is defined as these are the rules that we apply onto the type of data in a table. This is we can specify the limit on the type of data that can be stored in a particular column in a table using out the constraints. So it is somewhat you can specify that what type of data will be stored in a table, and that all things are completely done using the constraints, right? Now next what I'm having that what are the available constraints which we are having. So the very first one is the not null. Okay, so what is this particular constraint used for? So this tells that we cannot store out a null value in a column. Okay, it means that we cannot store a null value in a column. That is, if a column is specified as not null, then we will not be able to store null in this column anymore, right? Next, we are having out the unique constraint. So this particular constraint, whenever is specified with a column, this tells that all the values in a column must be unique, right? As the term as will suggest out, that all the values which you are having that shall be dissimilar to each other, right? Then we have the primary key. So a primary key is a field which can uniquely identify out each row in a table, right? Whenever we just talk about uniquely identifying the row in a table, and this is the primary key which helps us to do so, right? So hope I made all of these things very much clear regarding all the three constraints which I have discussed. We are left with some more as well here. So that I'll be discussing up. In fact, we are having the SQL constraints which we are discussing about. And onto that we had already seen about the not null, the unique and the primary key. Great. So now I'll be taking you to some of the next as well which we are having right here some of the next constraints, right? Next, after the primary key, we have the foreign key. Then the next key which we are having, that's the foreign key. Okay, right here. So what it is actually, so I would just mention out the things that a foreign, right here. So a foreign key is a field. A foreign key is a field which can, a foreign key is a field which can uniquely, a foreign key is a field which can uniquely identify, each row, out the each row in another table, right? This is what, okay, one second, I didn't write out this in another, and here we go with a table right here, fine. So a foreign key is a field which can uniquely identify out the each row in another table, right? And what else we are having for the foreign key? So it goes, and this particular constraint and this constraint and this constraint is used to specify, and this constraint is used to specify out the field as foreign key, as a foreign key. Fine. So yeah, this is regarding out the foreign key, that a foreign key is a field which can uniquely identify each row in another table, and this particular constraint is used to specify the field as a foreign key. So the case it goes that when we specify out the field as a foreign key, so yeah, this is one of the constraints where we just use this out. So this is particularly used for, and it's used for uniquely identifying out the rows in the another table. Right, let me just come down right here and take you to the number 5th constraint. So the next constraint which we are having right here, that's the check. Okay, we are having another one, that is the check. This is, I could say, this is the second last one. Okay, right. So what is this particularly? So I mentioned out this constraint, this right here. So this constraint helps so this constraint helps to validate the values. So this constraint helps to validate the values of a column to meet a specific or you could say a particular condition. I would just write a condition downside because above it is not gonna come up. Great. So this particular constraint helps to validate out the values of a column to meet a specific or you could say a particular condition. Okay. Now, next I put out a dot and here goes. That is, I would mention out that is, it basically, that is, it helps to ensure that the values is stored. It helps us to ensure that the values is stored in a column like this. Let me come down and get out some space for me. So okay, till the time I would just write out this one thing here, that this particular constraint helps to validate out the values of a column to meet a specific or a particular condition. That is, it helps to ensure that the values stored in a column meets a specific condition. So yeah, this is regarding this particular next constraint that were dealing with, that's a check constraint. So this particular constraint, what it does, it helps you to validate out the values of a column. And why we just need to do or validate out the the values of a column, so that it particularly meets out the specific conditions. So whatever the specific conditions you are having, it particularly meets those out. So it's compulsory to validate out the values of a column. Now that is basically, it helps us to ensure that the value sorted in a column meets out a specific condition. So basically, what are the values you are having? If that are sorted, so it meets out a specific condition. Right, now I'm going to come down here with the next particular constraint, and that's the last constraint. Okay, and the next one which we are having here is default. So here goes the default. Fine. So let's discuss about this particular thing. So this constraint TRAINT. So this constraint specifies a default value, for the column. So this particular constraint specifies a default value for the column where no value is specified by the user. So into default case, what happens? In default case, it happens that we have outer constraint and it specifies out a default value for the column where no value is specified by the user. Now, in the case, let's say you are making out a table, you are putting on some values into the row, some onto the column. So there could be a case that you haven't mentioned out any of the value in any of the particular case. In either of the row, you haven't mentioned out the value, right? So in that particular case, this default is the constraint which is used out. Okay, so this particular constraint specifies out a default value for the column where the case is no value is specified by the user. Fine. So let me take you above here for a short while and let's discuss about the foreign key. So yeah, foreign key, we had already seen out that it is one of the fields which could uniquely identify out each row in another table, right? Which could uniquely identify each row in another table. And this particular constraint is used to specify out the field as a foreign key. The case where you just specify out the field as a foreign key, and that is that when you uniquely identify each row in another table, right? Next we have the next function, that's the check. So this particular constraint helps to validate out the values of a column to meet a specific or particular condition, whatever you just want to say. So this is one of the cases, one of the constraints which helps you out to validate the values of a column. And why are these done? So as to meet out a specific or a particular condition. That is, it completely helps you to ensure that the values stored in a column meets out a specific condition. Right? What about the default? So this constraint specifies out a default value for the column where no value is specified by the user. So into this particular constraint, what happens that we specify out a default value for the column, and that goes where no value is specified by a user or anything like that, right? Now, other than that, basically how we specify out the constraints. So we basically specify out the constraints at the time of creating of the table. Let me tell you that thing as well. Let me just put down here. Okay, 1 second. Okay, right here. And okay, let's mention that out, that how you specify constraints. Right here, how you specify out the constraints. So I would just write that we can specify constraints. We can specify out the constraints at the time of creating. We can specify out the constraints at the time of creating the table, using create table statement. So yeah, this is how we specify out a constraint. That whenever we specify out the constraints, 1 second, NTS, right? So at the time of creating out the table, when we use out the create table statement, and in that particular case, we just specify out a constraint. Okay. Now we can also specify the constraints after creating a table using alter table statement. So I would write that as well once. Let me put on that. So I could write out that we can also, let me get out some space here, that we can also specify, right? So we can also specify the constraint after creating. So we can also specify out the constraints after creating table using alter table statement, right? So like this as well, we could specify out the constraints that after creating out the table using alter table statement, we could make out and we could put on and specify out the constraints at that particular place as well, right? So hope I made these things very much clear to you that how we can specify out the constraints, how we can make out the constraints, and what are the different constraints which we are having in the SQL. Practical steps onto this MySQL Workbench, which we have already installed into the previous video, right? We had seen out the correct procedure, that how you can install out this MySQL Workbench and the shell and the connector with Python. All of these things we had already seen into the previous video. So today, right in this particular video, we are going to write out some queries for creating out the database, for checking out the database, and some stuff like that, right? Let's get started. So quickly, without jumping onto the stuffs for writing out the things, I would just want you to take on to the page where we had discussed about the commands. Because from these commands only we'll be going ahead and checking out and writing out the queries, right? The command today which I'm going to use out is Dql command, this very first one, right? So that is the full form is data definition language. So from this Dql command, there are some 5 to 6 topics which come under this, some 5 to 6 subqueries that come here, which is create, drop, and then we have alter, we have truncate, we have comment, and we have rename, right? These are the 6 queries which come under this particular thing. Let me go on to that page itself, right? Yeah. So here comes the data definition language. What was that used for? That was actually used for defining out the database structure or the schema, right? So the case where you just want to like define out the database, in that case we just use out this data definition language, right? And it is as well used to specify out the additional properties of the data. Fine. So first of all, I'll be using out the very first command, that is the create command. So that is used to create out the objects in the database. So let's go on to the MySQL Workbench and start writing out some stuffs onto this particular place. Right, so for all of you, this particular file must be visible if you have downloaded the MySQL. So I would just zoom in the things and let me just take this down so that we just get out some proper space for writing. Fine. Now, whenever we are just going to write out some queries, so the very first thing that we do is that we create out a database, right? Without creating out a database, you cannot put out the tables, you cannot put out any columns, you cannot put out any rows in that particular database, right? The very first step that we do is we create out a database. So what's the procedure for creating out the database? Let me just once again go on to the OneNote here for a while. And let me just come to this page, and 1 second, let me just go above right here. So this was the command which we have already seen, that how to create out a database. So just have a look. What we do, we just first will write out the create, that is the query. After that, we put out the table, and then we write out the table name, that for what table you just want to create out, or what is table name for which you just want to create out. In the same procedure only, we just create out the database as well. In that case, I just told you how to create out the table, right? Even the process for creating out the database is as well same. What I would just simply write out here first of all create. Now this is the keyboard, you can say this is the keyboard which is used for creating out the table and as well as creating out the database as well, right? So I would just write create database, right? This is how we just write out the database. So this is the place and this is how we just write out. 1 second. Give it a space, and after that give out the name for your database, whatever the name you just want to put on for the database which you are making out, right? Let's say I would be just giving out the name as let's say okay, that is demo1. Okay, demo1, my database name, right? This is how we just write out a query here. Fine. So the create was one of the keywords which we have taken. This database as well was the same, and demo1 is the name for my database which I just wanted to give out. Now, whenever you are having one single query, so in that case you could just simply go and put on and run on any of these 2 buttons, whichever you just wish like. Okay, but whenever you have written out many queries and you just want to run out any particular query, so in that case we just select out this particular whole like this. Okay, we select out the things like this and then you click on these run buttons. Okay, first one is the execute the selected portion. So you would just click on this first yellow button, right? One thing I had just missed out, that after writing all the queries in SQL, we just put out a semicolon as well, right? So I'll just put on that particular thing as well here. Now I will be selecting this out and clicking on the run button. Now just let me just maximize this thing so that you are able to see all the things clearly. See, here basically you just got out the action that create database demo1. So one row affected, so it means that my database which I was planning, that has been created out at this particular place. Right now I would just again minimize that out here at this place only. Fine, so my database has been now created. Fine. So this is done. Now whenever I just want to put on some any row or any column, any table inside this database, so we use this function with that is use. Okay, we use this like use, and you just need to write out your database name whichever you just want to use out. Now I want to use out this demo1. Right, the database which we have recently made out, that is demo1. I just want to use that out here. So I just simply wrote use demo1. Now I would select this particular portion and run that out. So see here it is basically showing out. Let me again maximize that particular thing. So it's showing that use demo1, 0 rows affected. Right, and even it shows out the duration as well to you, that what is the duration that has been taken, the time, and it shows the numerical values like 1, 2, 3, 4 according to the numbers. Right, this is how it actually goes out. Fine, so this demo1 has now been created here. Okay, first of all we created out the database. So this is how we create out the database. Next, when you just want to use out that particular database, so this is how you just use out the database. Now next thing comes is that you just want to delete out or drop out the database which you have created. Right, the third function which I have listed out here, that is drop function. Let me come down here, modify is done, describe, this is the drop function. Right, drop means to remove out that particular database, right? So just see out, delete objects from the database. Fine. So now in this case, we'll be seeing out that how you can drop out a particular database whichever you are having. So I would just go on to that particular slide once again, and yeah, this is how the command works out. You first of all put out that drop function. After that you write out the respective table name, and yeah, that's okay. After simply putting out the drop, you just write out the table, and after that simply just write out the database name whichever you just want to drop out. So let me just go on to the MySQL Workbench once again here, and let me write out the things right here. So I would just write out here as drop, and after that right now I just want to drop out a particular database. So I will be mentioning out the same drop database, right? And after that I have the database which I just want to drop out, and that is demo1 for me. Right, so drop database and demo1. So drop is basically the command which will help you to delete out the objects from that particular database. Now objects will be deleted from the table, right? But right here we haven't made out any particular table. So in that case we are simply deleting out the database. So for that you just use out the drop function. After that you write out the database, because you just want to drop out the database. In case you want to drop out any table, so instead of this database you would have written table at that particular place. Right, that is done. And at last you just simply write out the name of that particular database which you just want to delete out. Right, and now I would just click on this particular button and execute that out. Right, so in the downside it is showing me drop database demo1, this much of rows affected and this much of time has been. Whenever it shows the tick mark here, so it means that whatever the query you have written out, that has been executed. And in case it is showing out the cross mark, so in that case it's the case that your query has not been executed till now. Right, I would just give you an example for that cross mark as well, so that you are very much clear with that. Okay, let's remove out this colon from here, right? And now I would be just running this out here. Fine. And here you just now are able to see that, see, this red cross button is coming here, right? It means that you have some error here. Even it is showing you that error code 1008 cannot drop database demo 1, database does not exist, right? Why it is showing you error like this? Because you haven't mentioned out the proper syntax. You just missed out that particular colon from here, right? So this is the reason. And now if I just again try on running this out, now it is again showing me this same thing. Why? Because once I have already dropped out this particular database. So that is the reason when I am again and again running out this particular query. So it's showing me that this database does not exist, this database does not exist, because once I have already run out this particular query. So one action you can perform at in only one single time. It's not the case that you have dropped out the database again and again you're running out a single query. No, it's not that case. It is gonna show you some type of errors, right? So hope you first of all got the idea that how you create out a database, how do you just use out that particular database, and how you drop out the database, right? Now we have done all of these things till now, but how to check that the database which I have dropped, is that deleted or not, and how to check all of these things. So that we'll be covering in the next video. We're going to study out a new topic and just technically introduce you to that particular topic. So the one which we're going to do today is the aggregate. We have aggregate functions in SQL. Okay, this is what we are gonna learn today in the SQL. Fine. So what I would do is that I would just quickly take out a new color so that it doesn't make out too much differentiation while writing out the things. Yeah, let's get started out. So first, let's understand about that. What are aggregate functions actually? Okay. So I go here that in a database, in database management system, in database management, an aggregate in database management, an aggregate function is a function in database management. An aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together, where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input. And let me just get down here, get out some space. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria. To form a single value of more significant meaning. Here goes the meaning. Fine. This is what we meant by aggregate function is in SQL, basically that in the database management system, in the database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form a single value of more significant meaning, right? So yes, this is what first of all we meant from aggregate functions in SQL. Fine. After that, what are the different aggregate functions which we have here in the SQL? So let me just go down, find right here, and fine. Now, I would term out here that the various aggregate functions. Okay, various aggregate functions. Number one, we go with the count function. So number one, we go with the count. Okay. Number two, we go with the function that's the sum. Okay. Number three, we go with the average, AVG. Fine. Number 4, we go with the min function. And at last, we are having the function that's the max. So here we go with the max. Fine. So here we have these 5 aggregate functions that are count, sum, average, min, and max. Fine. These are the aggregate functions which we have in the SQL. Now what I'll be doing is that I would be quickly making out a quick data right here, and according to that only we'll be proceeding on seeing on all of these functions, that how they work and what are the functioning of those. So here goes my table. Now I just want out some different rows as well here. So let's say one is for the ID. One second, let's say one is for the ID. Then we are having this for the name, and then we have it for the salary right here, right? And I'll just make out one single line as well that will represent out the column name. So here we go with the column name. Fine. So I'll be setting up some values onto this particular data. First one, as I mentioned, that would be my ID. Second one would be my name, and third one will be my salary. Fine. So ID goes from 1 up till 6. So here goes 1, 2, we have 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay. Name goes like A, B, C, D, E, and then we go here as F. Okay. Let's say salaries we are having, let's say 80, 90, 70, let's say we have 50, let's say that's 40, and here we have, let's say, null. Okay, so this is what one of my tables I just quickly made out here as an example. Now I'll be moving forward with each and every aggregate function that we have studied out. So the very first one that I am having right here is the count function. Okay, the very first function which we are having here is basically the count function. Now what happens here, if I write out count and I put on an asterisk, count asterisk, what does it returns to me as an output? Okay, so completely it returns total, number of, it returns total number of records. Okay, whenever I am writing count and after that I'm putting out an asterisk, so it means that it is going to return out the total number of records. Fine. Now what are the total number of records which we are, let's say here I go. So in the total number of records I have total 6 records here, right? So if I just run out this particular query, so in that case I would be getting out the result as 6, that is 6. Fine. So this is what this count asterisk returns me. Now next, if I just go and write out here count, and if I write out here in the bracket instead of asterisk, I want now the salary only. Okay, so what it will return? It will return number of non-null values, return number of non-null values over the column salary. So what it is going to give me as an output, it is going to return me the number of non-null values over the column salary. So if I just go on to the column that is salary, so in total I have 5 non-null values, right? So I will be getting out an answer as that is 5. Okay. So why 5 I already explained out, because in that particular case it is going to return me out the non-null values over the column that is the salary which I mentioned. Fine. Next command what I have is, okay, with the, if the count function, if I just write out here as distinct salary, count distinct salary, okay. Now into that particular case, what could I return out? I could return number of distinct values, return number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 4. Okay, so count basically returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is total 4. So if I go on to the salary column, here I go on to the salary one. So when I'm just taking out, so how am I having? Okay, all the 5 values which I'm having that are distinct. In this case, instead of 4, I'll be getting out the answer as 5. Because I have none of the values which are basically non-distinct to each other, right? Each and every values are unique onto my particular data which I am having, right? So in that particular case, that's the reason that why I am getting out the final output here as 5. So if I wrote out count distinct salary, so it is going to return me out the number of distinct non-null values over the column that is salary. Fine. So let's take out a quick revision regarding the aggregate functions in SQL. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Okay, so in database management, aggregate function is a kind of a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Fine. The aggregate functions which you are having are count, sum, average, min, and max. So this was the data that we had made out and that we need to go through. Fine. Okay, one second, right here. And then we saw regarding out the count function, that what is there in the count function. So if we just write out count asterisk, it means that it is going to return out the total number of records which you are having, right? If I wrote about count salary, so it is going to return you out the number of non-null values over the column that is salary. And if I write out count distinct salary, so it returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 5, right? So hope I am very much clear with this particular thing in regards of these all of the things which I have mentioned for you regarding the count and the aggregate functions. So the functions which we needed to discuss out. So I would give you a quick overview regarding whatever we had done. So we were having the aggregate functions in the SQL. So onto that, first of all, we discussed about that what we meant from aggregate functions. So we could say that in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Right? This is what we meant from the aggregate functions. Now, when I talk about various aggregate functions, so those are count, sum, average, minimum, and the maximum. Right? These are the different aggregate functions which we are having. So here we have the ID, here we have the name, and here we have the salary. Fine. Now, when I move towards the count with the very first aggregate function, that's the count. So there we had seen that if I wrote out count asterisk. So okay. So in that case, it would return me out the total number of records which we are having. That are in total 6. Fine. Next, what I'll be doing is that I'll be getting out a count salary. So it will basically return me the number of non-null values over the column salary, that is 5. So in that case, I'll be getting out the non-null values over the column. Fine. Then, if I move towards the next, that is the count distinct salary. Fine, count distinct salary. So in that case, I'll be getting out the as an output for the return number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 5. Right, this was about the count function. Now, after this, if I just want to go ahead and proceed on with the next of the functions, so the second one which I'm going to take here is the sum. Sum and put on the brackets like this, right? Let me come down fine here. Okay. Now, what if I just wrote out sum and into the bracket I wrote out, one second, into the bracket I could wrote out here as salary. Sum, salary, fine. What is that? Okay, what is that? So it is a sum of, okay, sum all non-null, okay, non-null values, sum all non-null values of column salary. Okay, if I wrote out sum and into the bracket I mention out any particular column name, so in that case what we get out as an output, so we get out the output in the form of the sum of all non-null values of the column which we are having, and that is the salary here. So the salary column we were having right here, right? If I do the addition of all of these, so in that case I'll be getting out the final output whenever I use out that sum function, some aggregate function. right? This is first of all that what it is used for. Now if I just wrote out sum and into the bracket I wrote out distinct, sum distinct, and if I just wrote out here as salary. Now what is this particular function, sum distinct salary? See, distinct means that something which is different from each other, right? That are not repetitive, the ones which are different. This is what distinct is, right? So in that case, I could mention out here that sum of all distinct, sum of all distinct, sum of all distinct non-null values, sum of all distinct non-null values, that is 250. That is 250. So sum of distinct salary is the sum of all distinct values with the non-null values which they are having. Okay, that is not 250. 1 second. We haven't calculated that yet now, so I can't assure you that what's the value into that particular thing. But yeah, this is what it is particularly used for. Whenever we are just having some salary or some distinct salary thing, so in that case we just find out the final sum, and that is what's called as the final sum. Right, now next we are having here the average, AVG. Fine. Now what's the average? Next function was the average, right? So if I just write out average and in bracket I wrote out there as salary, average salary. Right. So average salary will be basically my sum of the salary, the sum aggregate function which we used above. Right. It could be sum of the salary divided by, it will be the count of salary, SALARY. Okay, it will be the sum of salary divided by count of salary. Okay, that is equal to 300. Okay, not that because we haven't again calculated out any value, so that's okay. We won't get out in final answer. But yeah, when you are gonna apply out this query onto the the IDE or the SQL Workbench, whatever you are using out. So in that case, if you just want to find out the average of that particular salary, so you could simply put on the sum and the count of salary, sum divided by the count of salary. Now see here, we are using two aggregate functions to find out a new aggregate value, right? Two aggregate values are used to find out a new aggregate value. So this is how these things work out here. Whenever, let's say, right, let's say I just take out another example. I just wrote out average, and now here I just want to find out a distinct salary. So distinct, and here we have, let's say, salary. Fine. So distinct salary, in that case as well, everything goes same, but only one difference is here. That is, we have sum of distinct, we have sum of distinct salary, divided by count of distinct salary, Fine. So for finding out the average of the distinct salary, we have the sum of the distinct salaries, and that is divided by the count of the distinct salary. Right, hope I am clear with this particular thing as well. Fine. Now next, if I just move ahead with the min and max, so the min, I could just write out min salary, and I could put on here the what I'll be getting as an output. So output that I'll be getting will be the minimum value in the salary column, minimum value in the salary column, except null. Okay, I'll be getting the minimum value in the salary column except the null. Fine, except the null value, whatever the minimum value we are having onto our whole data that I had again written above. From that particular, you would be getting out the minimum value. Now, if I just talk about the max, and into the bracket I just wrote out here as salary. So in that case, I'll be getting out the maximum value. We have the maximum value in the salary column. In the salary column, we have the maximum value in the salary column except the null. Fine. So minimum salary is basically the minimum value in the salary column except the null, and max salary is basically the maximum value in the salary column except the null, right? Okay, here this particular thing doesn't work except the null, because max can't be null anytime. It can't be that particular thing, right? This one of the case which can't ever be true. Fine. So let me quickly give you a revision of all the functions which we have discussed. 1 second. Right, so we started with the sum function. So onto the sum, we had seen that sum of the salary. So what was it returning as an output? It was returning the sum of all null values of column, that is the salary column. What was sum distinct salary returning? It was returning out the sum of all distinct non-null values. If I move ahead with the average function, so it was giving me the average salary, and that was, how was that actually founded? So that was founded by sum in the bracket we put on salary divided by count in the bracket we put on salary. Fine. If I wanted to find out the average distinct salary, so in that case I could just simply write out sum of distinct salary divided by count of distinct salary. For the minimum salary, we have minimum value in the salary column except the null. And for the max, we have the max salary, that is the minimum value in the salary column. Right? So hope I am very much clear that how you would be using out these aggregate functions onto your SQL, onto your workbenches, how you will be applying them out, and basically what are the functions which return you this and what are the functions which return you that. Hope I am very much clear with all of these things. Right, so this is the topic that we are going to follow up. So I will put on the heading as well. So that is the case statement. Here goes the case statement, and that so is for the SQL. Fine, this is the topic that we are going to follow up. So what I'll be doing is that first of all I will letting you know that what is this case statement used for. Then I'll be taking you forward with rest of the things for this particular case statement. Fine. Okay. So I would just write out some of the things here and please have a look over them. That control statements form the heart of most languages, right? Control statements form the heart of most of the languages. Okay, 1 second. Let me quickly take out the eraser. Let me erase this out. I'm not going to write this out as well. 1 second. So I would take out again the same color. Fine. So basically, why is this particular? So because they control out the execution of the other sets of the statements, right? They control out the execution of different sets of the statements. Right? That is the thing. Now there are these are found in SQL as well. We as well have the control statements in the SQL as well. We have seen other control statements in the Python. We just put on some of these and all these things we had seen, right? Now we have these control statements in the SQL as well. Okay. Now what are these used for? And these should be exploited to use such as query filtering and query optimization through careful selection of tuples and that match our requirements. So, okay. So here we are going to study about the case statement in the SQL, which is a way of, you could say, handling if and then logic. Okay. You could just like say it in a way that case statement is one of the statements which is used in SQL, and that is a way of handling the logic. Fine. Let me just cut down here, get out some space. Now let's first of all see about that what's the syntax right here. Okay, so here goes the syntax. Okay, here goes the syntax. Now what is the syntax that? There can be, not are, okay. There can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statement, right? So there can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statements. Fine. So let's understand about the very first one way that we are going to study right here, and that's the, okay, so I had mentioned that particular thing as well. The first The first is that the first takes a variable, the first takes out a variable, which is called as the first, okay, let me get out some space downside, then we could proceed on. The first takes a variable called as case underscore value, okay, and basically it matches it with some statement of this. I will just write out statement underscore list, right? So the first takes a variable called as case underscore value and matches it with some statement underscore list, right? What's the case that we have out here? So I would mention right here as case. After that we have case underscore value. Find what is the case value you are having then. Next comes here another one, that is a when. Now when goes from the when underscore value. Your variable value would be put in on this particular place. So right now we are not working on in data, so it will be going like this only. Case underscore value, when underscore value. Here goes then, and then you have your statement underscore list. So it goes the statement underscore list, fine. So case underscore value, when underscore value, then statement list, fine. Now after this we have some more things to add as syntax here, so that let me start on that. Then large bracket goes here, that when, and here goes when underscore value, right? Then here goes this then function, then goes the statement underscore list. I'll put on the bracket like this right here, and it will go up till the point what are the statement and what are the values you're having. It will go up to that particular place, right? So hope I am clear with this particular thing right here. Okay, next what I'll be doing is that I'll be using out the else statement underscore list. Else statement, okay, this is how the statement underscore list, okay, otherwise the statement underscore list. And at last you just end out your case, so end, and here goes your case, right? So yes, this is the formula, this is the syntax how you used to put on the case clause in the SQL. First of all you put on case, after that you have the case underscore value, so you put that out. Then you have the when function, so when underscore value, then statement underscore list. When underscore value, then statement underscore list. Else the statement underscore list. And here goes the end case, okay? Fine, so this is the syntax for the very first one. Now, for the next one, basically what is the syntax that we are having? So that I'll be letting you know right here. So let's discuss about the second one. So yeah, here it goes. Now I have that the second considers a search condition, underscore condition like this, right? So the second considers a search underscore condition instead of variable equality, and executes the statement underscore list accordingly. So accordingly, DINGLY, right? So for the second one, we have that the second considers a search underscore condition instead of variable equality and executes the statement list accordingly. So the second one considers out the search condition. Instead of putting out a variable equality in the second case, we need to use out the search engine, right? And it executes out the statement list accordingly. What are the statement list you are having? What are the data you have stored in the statement underscore list variable? that will be executed accordingly. Okay. Now, let's discuss about the syntax of this particular case. Okay. So simply put on here as case. Onto a new line, you wrote out here as when. Okay, here goes your condition. So here goes your search underscore condition, search underscore condition. So case when search underscore condition, then here we go with the then. Next we are having then statement underscore list, then statement underscore list. Fine. Now here it goes to the next option, that when search underscore, okay, 1 second, right, okay, when search underscore condition, then okay, yes, when search underscore condition, then statement underscore, then here goes the statement underscore list, okay, bracket close, dot dot dots. Coming to the downside, we have else statement underscore list, right? So these brackets, and here goes else statement underscore list, and the bracket again closes out. And at last, you're gonna simply write out here end, and here goes the end case, right? This is how it's gonna be. Right, so hope I am very much clear regarding that how we could use out the second case as well, the second one which we are having, how you could use out this particular case, and how we put on the syntax, what are the syntaxes that we have out here. So there can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statement. First one is the first takes a variable called as case value and matches it with some statement list. Second one is that the second, okay, 1 second, right, and second one is that the second consider out the search condition instead of variable equality and executes the statement underscore list accordingly. Fine, so this is the case that when search underscore condition, then statement underscore list, when search underscore condition, then statement underscore list, and after that we have else statement underscore list, and at last we are just end out this particular case which we have made out. Right, so hope I am very much clear with all of the things whichever I have mentioned right here regarding this particular case. So we have some more things to look after here, so that we'll be discussing in the next one, right? We had discussed about the case query, that how we apply that out and how is it useful, right? We have seen about two different ways for using out the case switch statement. Now, in this particular video, we are going to take out a sample query and apply and check it out regarding the case switch statements. Okay, that's how we can completely apply out a query with the help of some column names and all those things. Okay, so I just do not have any particular table or anything like that. So I will just simply take out an example and form out a query regarding to that. Okay. This is how we are going to proceed on. So I will start it from here. So I will just write out that let's say we would like to modify, let's say we would like to modify this modify the table. Okay, let's say we would like to modify a table. Let's say we are having out a table. Okay, and you just want to like to modify out that particular table. Fine. So in that case, basically, let's say if basically we have a department that's name is CS. Okay, I want to, okay, I will just write it in a short form, that I want to modify the department name, that is modify the department name, that is CS2. I just want it to be modified onto the computer science. Okay, let me write that onto a new line because it won't come complete out here, so it would be a confusing thing a little bit. CS, I want to convert the CS to the computer science. So here goes the computer and here goes the science. Fine, so I just want to do it for the computer science. That is completed. Fine. Now, if basically I am having next subject as let's say EC, so that shall be changed into electronics. Here I would just write that out here. Electronics and communication Fine. This is how I just want out the modifications to go. CS is for basically for the computer science, EC for the electronics and communication. Fine. And now basically this is what? Okay, this is what we are going to do out. Now for that I would just want to put out a sample query, and that would actually let me help out to do out these relevant modifications. Okay, so let me get down here with some space. Right here, let's start it from out. So what I'm going to do is that I'll be considering out a variable that will be department underscore name. Okay, and that I'll be entering into my code. Fine. So here goes the case, and the department name which I told the variable name, that is department underscore name, right? Remember I just told this out. Find the case department underscore name. Now when is that particular? So it goes when. Now what modification I want to make? I want to make out the modification into the CS, right? CS is the term, CS is the department, CS is the branch in which I want to make out a modification. For this particular CS I want to do, right? So I just wrote that out here. Next then comes one second, then here goes that, then, and here goes the update, then update. Fine, like this it will be then update. Fine. And let's say my table name that I'm having is, let's say, faculty. Fine, I will just keep this as my table name. Then update, and here goes my table name, that is faculty, FACUL. One second, update, and here goes as faculty. Then update faculty, and here goes the set. Fine. What is the department which I want to change out? So the department is equal to department. In this particular, I'll be writing out the new name which I want to be modified in the place of CS. Okay. So I want the new name to be modified as computer science. Okay, I want this particular name to get out here as modified. So computer science, I had written that out. Now, this particular thing was for the very first one that I mentioned, that I want CS to be updated as computer science. Now, what if I just want that EC as well to be updated for electronics and communication? So in that case, I would write out now here when. In these inverted commas, I would write out here EC. Okay. So when EC is there, so in that case, then update faculty set, then update faculty, FACULTY, then update faculty. Okay, faculty would be in small, not in caps, because this is my table name and I have, okay, FAC faculty. Fine, yeah, then update faculty, and here goes the set. Fine, update faculty set. Now, after that, what is the department name into which I want to do? So here the depart, depart. Okay, department. Fine. So here the department, MENT. Fine. For which I want like for EC, I just want to change out the department name, right? For instead of EC, I just want to print out any other thing. So in that case, my department would be electronics and communication. So it would be electronics, and let me just get down. So the department will be electronics and communication. So here goes communication. Fine. Right. So that has well been done. And at last, simply what you could write out here the last thing, that is the end case. Fine. That you could simply mention it out, end case. Now, basically, there is no such issue in writing out this particular code, and whenever you're going to run this out, you will be getting out the output as the changed format. Okay, that you will be getting your relevant output in the format of a change, right? Like the change would be the whatever you have mentioned out, whatever the word you have mentioned, or whatever the sentence you have mentioned in the department parameter, that will only and only be taken care of, right? Other than that, we do not have anything regarding the other ones as well. So when I wrote CS and that I changed to computer science, it will replace CS at every place with the word that is computer science. When I talk about ECE, so in that case it will replace ECE by the term that's electronics and communication. Fine. So hope I am very much clear with this particular thing as well, that how it is gonna work out. Fine. So now what I'll be doing is that I'll be going above. 1 second, let me take out this cursor right here, and I will be quickly seeing about the case statement in the SQL. So what's the syntax? The syntax is that there can be two valid ways of going about the case switch statement. The first takes a variable called a case value and matches it with some statement list, right? This is what is happening right now. So in that case, for the first case, we just simply write out case. After that, we wrote out case value, and after that was the when condition, that when underscore value, and then statement underscore list, right? Same goes for the next and same goes for the list. And at last, my case has been ended. It means my case has been finished. So basically, it has been ended at last. Second point that we are having, the second considers a search condition instead of variable equality and executes the statement list accordingly. So second and the second and one of the important points is that it could consider out a search condition instead of variable equality. Okay, and execute the statement list every. Okay, 1 second. Okay, how did I came over? 1 second. Let me just go down. Yeah, and execute out the statement list accordingly. Fine. Now, in that particular case, what are we having? Case as one of the starting point. As I mentioned, that will be the very starting point which you have out here. Next to that, you have your relevant other questions like when search underscore condition, all those things. Same for this. And at last, the case has been ended. After that, we went on to the example. Into that particular example, we had seen one of the examples that was modifying out the subject name. That was done, and after that, and right here, 1 second, let me go above. Right here, so case department underscore name. Fine. That was already finished up, right? Now we applied up the condition that whenever CS, then change it to this, and whenever ECE, then change it to this, right? So hope I am very much clear with whatever I have referred regarding this case statement. So see you in the next video, and that particular topic is SQL correlated, and here goes the subqueries, SQL correlated subqueries. Okay, so this is a topic that I will be taking you through, and we'll be discussing what's there in this particular topic, what are the things you're having, and all those things we'll be discussing up. Okay, so let me take out a color from here, and so that I could proceed on with the writing of the stuffs. Great, we go it here. Okay, first of all, I'll be telling you that what are these correlated queries used for, why we just use them. Okay, so the correlated subqueries are used for row by row, Correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. So here I mention out the processing. Fine. So the correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. Fine. Now into that, each subquery is executed. Each subquery is executed once for every row. Each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer query, for every row of the outer query. Fine. First of all, this is what we call as correlated subqueries. So these correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. Okay. Each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer query. Fine. Now, okay. Here we have one diagram as well that is completely that tells us and explains us how to use. And first of all, that what are these correlated subqueries that we have. Okay. So what I'll be doing is that I would be taking you to that particular diagram. Okay. Then after that we'll be discussing the rest of the relevant left out things. Fine. So let's see that out particular graph. So here what I'll be doing is that I'll be taking out the squares. So here we go with the very first one. Okay, similar to that, I don't know how to make it out. And if I drag this port, okay, no, not this one will be dragged. Okay. Fine, let me just get down here for a short while. Let me from here take out the eraser. Okay, that has been rubbed. Fine. Okay, we take out the rectangle from here. Next again I have one more rectangle, so it would be somewhat like this. Okay, and now we have after this the third part, so I would be mentioning up here the very third part of this one. Okay, so it would be somewhat like this. Fine. Now what I'll be doing is that I'll be making out some several arrows. So like this. Yes, one is for this, one is for here. The another one is again for here. And the third one is, okay, it won't be made out like this. So I would be making one arrow here like this. And rest I need to put on with the lines. So here goes and here is my line. So here this is one line and this is my another line. Great. So whatever the chart has wanted to make out, that has been made. Now basically what I'll be doing is that I'll be entering out and writing out the relevant stuffs inside this particular. Okay. So color and thickness. So here goes this particular. Fine. Let's write it out here. So here the first one we are having the get function. Okay. Here we have it for the execute. Okay. And here we have it for the use. These are the three ones which we are having. Okay. Okay. Then we have for get, we have the candidate row. Okay, one second. Candidate row from outer query. Okay, candidate row from outer query. For execute, we have inner query, comma using candidate row value, using candidate row, and here goes the value as well. Fine. And for the last one second, let me get out again some space. And for the last one we have that these are the values from inner query. Okay, these are the values from inner query. So yes, this is the chart which is being made up here regarding the get, execute and the use function right here which we are having. Okay. Now next what we are having is that I would let you know that particular thing as well. So let me come down here for a short time. Okay. Now I would mention it but right here a correlated subquery, a correlated subquery is evaluated once a correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed. A correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement, processed by the parent statement, and here was the statement. Fine. Okay. So a correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement. Now, what is this particular thing that is getting set out? A correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement. Fine. Now, what are the parent statements as I was referring out here? So, the parent statement, the parent statements can be. What are the parent statements that can be right here? So, the parent statements can be select, comma, it can be, okay, one second, it can be select, it can, comma, be update, or it could even be the delete statement. Okay, this E is as with capital, and here goes the statement. So, the parent statement that I was referring above into definition when I told you about a correlated subquery, that how is it evaluated and everything. So, in that case, you just used out this particular word, that was the parent statement, right? So, the parent statements can be, these can be select, update, or even delete as well. They could be. Fine. There's no such issue in doing out that particular thing or not. Fine. So you could add any of these parent statements, and after that you could absolutely use out your correlated subqueries, whatever you are willing to use, or whatever you just want to apply. That works out fine. Yes. So hope I am first of all very much clear with this particular thing, right? That what it is and how it is gonna be. Next, let's quickly see out a quick example regarding this as well as quick syntax I would mention out. Okay. So we start with the select statement, select of the column 1 and select of the column 2. Okay, this is the column 1 and that is the column number 2. So putting out a comma. So from the table 1, and here goes the outer. From table 1 outer, we have a condition for the where clause. From table 1 outer, where column 1 operator, where column 1 operator, here goes the select statement for that. So here goes the select a column 1, select column 1, comma, and here goes the column 2, and here goes the column 2. And we have here from table 2 where expression expr1, okay, is equal to outer dot expr2. Fine. So where the column 1 operator, that is a select column 1 comma column 2 from table 2 where the expression 1 is equal to outer dot expr2. Fine. So basically a correlated query, okay, that's not a query, that's a correlated subquery. Okay, right. So a correlated subquery is one way of, let me just get down right here. A correlated subquery is a one way of reading every row, okay, fine, is basically for reading every row in the table and here goes the table, reading every row in a table, right, and comparing the values and comparing the values in each row. one second. Yeah, comparing the values in each row. Okay, in each, right here, fine. So yeah, reading every row in a table and comparing values in each row against the related data which we are having. Fine. Oh, one second, let me go above a little bit right here. So a correlated subquery is one way of reading every row in our table and comparing the values in each row against the related data. Fine. Now, when I move about when I just talk about the correlated queries, correlated subqueries, so in that we could say that these are used for row by row processing, right? Each subquery is executed once for every row of outer query. So what are the subqueries you are writing that is executed once? Okay, at least it is executed once for every row of the outer query, right? So here we have the get, execute and the use functions as well. These are the three which I already mentioned out. So a correlated subquery is evaluated once for each row processed by the parent statement. Fine. The parent statements can be select, update or delete statements. So this is the formula which is being used out. So a correlated subquery is one way of reading every row in a table and comparing the values in each row against the related data. Fine. So hope I am very much clear regarding this particular, first of all, that what is this particular one that we are having this correlated data subqueries, what are these and how are these used for? Right, I would again repeat, these correlated subqueries are used for row by row processing. Each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer, one second. Yeah, for each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer query, right? So hope I am clear with this particular thing. So we'll be seeing regarding the correlated subqueries, right? That what are these and what are these used for. Now we'll be discussing about the nested subqueries versus the correlated subqueries. So let me just go down here and okay, here we already did out the things right here. So I will take out a black color and I will just put on the heading first of all. So the topic for today's discussion is nested. Okay, that's the one second. I will put that out once again. So yeah, here it's nested subqueries. It's the subqueries versus we have the correlated. So versus we have the correlated subqueries. So here goes the sub. Queries. Fine. This is the topic that we're going to discuss up. I would take out a different color. Now, let's start it out. So I would start that while okay, with a normal, not while. I would start with this particular one. So here to go start with a normal nested query with a normal nested subquery. The inner select query runs first and executes once So with a normal nested subquery, the inner select query runs first and executes once, right? Returning values, returning values to be used by the main query. Okay, first of all, this is the thing regarding the nested subqueries. Fine. Okay, not the nested one. Fine. So with a normal nested subquery, the inner select query runs first and executes once, returning values to be used by the main query. Now if I talk about the correlated subqueries, so I will just mention, okay, one second. Where's that pen gone? Right here, fine. So now, okay, one more minute right here. So the correlated subquery however, executes once for each candidate row considered. So the correlated subquery, however, executes once for each candidate row considered by the outer query. So for the correlated subqueries, we have however the executes once for each candidate row is considered by the outer query. Fine. Now I have a note to go ahead here, then we'll be seeing up the example for this, right? So the note goes like this here. Note, okay, so it is that you can also use any and, okay, any would be in the caps. One second. You can also use any. One second, where has that again pen gone? What is happening to this right here? I don't know. Okay, so note, you can use any and all. You can use any and all operator in a correlated, okay, correlated subquery. Fine. So you can also use any and all operator in a correlated subquery. Now what's the example of a correlated subquery? So here goes the example of correlated subquery. Fine. Let's see out the example for the correlated subquery. Okay, so let's say I just want to write out a query for finding out all the employees who earn more than the average salary in their department. Fine, let's say this is what I just want to go ahead and write out. So into that particular case, here we go with the select statement. So here it starts out that select last name, comma, salary, select last name, comma, salary, comma, department underscore ID. Select last name, salary and the department underscore ID from where? Okay, so that thing has to be selected from the employees table, from the employees outer. Okay, what is the condition that goes out? Let me come down. Where it goes, where the salary is greater than the select AVG, and here goes the salary. Fine, that is the salary, select AVG salary from employees, and here goes where, let me just go down here for a while, where salary, select average salary from employees where department underscore ID is equal to outer dot department, where department underscore ID is equal to outer dot department underscore ID, and here it goes closed, right? So yes, fine. This is how we just put on the example for this particular query. Fine. Okay. Other than that, with the correlated part, you could use out the update and delete as well. Okay, so I'll mention that. With correlation, okay, with that it is correlated, right? So with correlated update and delete. Okay, update and delete both are actually used out with the correlated. With correlated update and this can be used. Right, now coming down we have the correlated update. Fine. Let's see about the correlated update. Fine. So here it goes the correlated okay, that is LAT correlated, and here goes the update. Fine, correlated update. Now what's the thing that we are having out here? So here it goes that update table, and here is your relevant table name, whatever you are having. So I would just not like this, I would write out here table underscore name. So whatever table has to be updated, you could just write out update table name. Fine. What is this column that has to be selected out? So set, and here goes select set column is equal to. What is the from here it goes the select statement, select, and from here it goes the expression, select expression. Okay. Now from select this expression from what's the thing? So we need to select it from table 2. Table 2. Fine. And where? From table 2 and your table 2 name. Okay, here goes your table 2. I would just write that table underscore name, and then 2 goes here. Fine. After that, here goes the where condition, where coming down we have table 1. We have table name 1 dot column. We have table name 1 dot column that is equal to, and the next we are having table underscore name 2 dot column. Fine. And you put out the equal to sign and just close this out and put on the semicolon at the very last. Fine. So this is how we do this out. So basically we use auto related subquery to update rows in one table based on rows from another table. I would write that thing as well. So we write out use a correlated subquery, to, let me just get down and get out, have a space to write out, use a correlated subquery to update rows in one table, based on rows from another table. This is where we use out the correlated update one. So we use out a correlated subquery to update rows in one table based on the rows onto the from the other table. So yeah, this is how we do out that nested subqueries versus the correlated subqueries. With a normal nested subquery, the inner select query runs first and executes once, returning values to be used by the main query. The correlated subquery, however, executes once for each candidate row considered by the outer query. Notice that you can also use any at all operator in a correlated subquery. Examples of that we have already seen that how you could use out. And you could use out a correlated subquery to update rows in one table based on rows from another table. Right, so hope I am very much clear with all of these things which I have told regarding the correlated subquery and the correlated function. So I would just take you right here at the place where we had seen about many of the things in the correlated. Now today what we'll be discussing is that we'll be discussing about the correlated delete function. Okay, that what is that actually and how it is completely used. right here. So first of all, we had gone through the correlated subqueries, right? These were the ones which we had gone through. That I'll be taking a revision at the last, not right here. And right here we had seen about the correlated update. Right now we'll be going through the correlated delete. Fine, to click on this. I'll just take out a color from here. Let's say okay, this is okay. 1 second, I will just put on the swar on the back. Fine. So right here I start with correlated related R-E-L-A-T-E-D, correlated, right? Correlated delete like this. Okay, correlated delete. This is the topic now which we are having. Fine. So now what I'll be doing here is that I'll be going through and writing out the command, writing out the code for the using of the correlated delete function. Okay, this is what I'll be doing out. So let's get started up here. First of all, I'm going to use out the delete function here. Delete. Okay, delete. After delete, we have delete from. Fine. Then here goes my table name. Here goes my table 1. Fine. Then we have the where operator. Okay, where. Now, where the column 1 operator. Where the column 1 operator. Fine. This is the one which we are having right here. Where the column 1 operator. Then down the line, we have here now the select statement that we'll be using. So here goes the select expression. EXPRESSION. Fine, let me just get down and get outside space for me. So here we have the select expression from table 2 and where select expression from table 2 where table 1 dot column is equal to table 2 dot column. Fine, where the table 1 dot column is equal to table 2 dot column. And I will put on the bracket like this, and after that a semicolon. Fine. So this is how we just go ahead with the correlated delete function. This is how that is actually used out. Fine. Hope I am very much clear with this particular regards. Okay. Let me get down now here and get out some space for starting out a new topic, and that I'll be letting you know how to use out the exist operator. This is one as well more operator which we have out here. Okay. So now my topic is using the exist operator. Using the exist operator. Fine. This is the operator now that we'll be dealing with. So what I'll be doing is that I'll be going down, choosing out a color for me from here. And let's say this time I'm going to take out, let's say this color. Fine. And now let's get started with the writing. So the exist operator. Okay. So yeah, the exist operator tests for existence of rows in the result set of the subquery, subquery in the subquery. Fine. Now if a subquery row, if a subquery row value is found, okay, 1 second. If a subquery row value is found, so the condition is flagged. Flagged means basically marked. Okay. So if the subquery row value is found, the condition is flagged true. Okay, that is flagged as true. I would just highlight that portion, right? True. And the search does not continue in the inner query, and the search which we have that does not continues in the inner query. And if it is not found, and if it is not found, then the condition, and if it is not found, then the condition is flagged false. So okay, not like this, and the condition is I would remove this, right, then the condition is flagged false in that particular case. So if a subquery row value is found, the condition is flagged true and the search does not continue in the inner query. And if it is not found, then the condition is flagged to be false. And I would just go down. And the search, okay, one second. Let me remove this as well, and okay, click on the draw, and yeah, so and here goes the and the if it is found, then the condition is flagged false and the search continues, in the inner query, fine. So this is how this particular one is used. So using the exist operator, so into that case the exist operator tests for existence of rows in the results set of the subquery. If a subquery row value is found, the condition is flagged as true and the search does not continue in the inner query. And if it is not found, then the condition is flagged as false and the condition continues in the inner query. Right, so hope I am very much clear regarding this particular thing. Okay, going forward towards the example. So now what's the example of using exist operator? Fine. So how do we just do out that particular thing? Let's start out. Let's say I just want to find out in the employee, I just want to find out who have at least one person reporting to them. Okay, find employees who have at least one person reporting to them. This is what I just want to find out, let's say. Okay, so now what I'll be doing here is that I'll be going ahead with the select statement. So here goes the select employee underscore ID, comma, last underscore select employee ID, comma, last name, comma, job underscore ID, comma, then we have department underscore ID. Fine. First of all, these are the columns that we are choosing: employee ID, last name, job ID, and the department ID. Right, from where we are choosing out? So from the employees. Okay, from employees, we are choosing from employees. Outer where? Now where my condition applies, that where exists, where AXIST is where exists, then here we have the select statement. Select, here goes the capital X, select X from employee, select X from employees, select X from employees. Let me just get down here. After that the condition goes select X from employees where let's say the manager underscore ID is equal to outer dot employee underscore ID. Okay, and put on the semicolon at the last. Right, let's say this is the idea. Let me take the cursor. Fine. So this one is the syntax that we have found out for the example using the exist operators. In that we are having select employee underscore ID, and then we are having the last name, the job ID, and the department ID. So from employees outer where exist, select X from employees where manager underscore ID is equal to outer dot employee underscore ID. Right, hope I am very much clear with this particular thing as well. So today we got out that how the correlated delete actually works. We had seen an example for that, and then we had moved towards the exist operator. That how does this exist operator as well works out. Right, so this is what we are in operator. So in the SQL, let me put on the heading regarding that. So that's the union, and we go here with the operator. Right, so yes, this is the operator that we are going to learn, that the union operator. So from here I would start up the things. Fine, so first of all let's study about the union operator in the SQL. So SQL union operator. SQL union operator, fine. The very first thing that I'm going to start here is that about the union operator, that's what it is. So the union operator is used to combine the result set of two or more select statements. One second, let me get down. The union operator is used to combine the results out of two or more select statements. So here goes the select, and then here we have the statements. Fine. So this is what the union operator is actually used for, first of all. So it is used to combine out the result set of two or more select statements. Fine. Now, right here we have some more points that every select statement, I would write it out like this. Every select statement, here goes the statement. So every select statement within union, must have the same number of columns. So every select statement within the union must have out the same number of columns, right? Moving towards the point number 2, it goes that the columns must also have similar data types. The columns, okay, M, here goes the N as well, fine. The columns must also have similar data types, right? Moving towards the point number 3, it goes that the columns in every select statement, here we go with the select statement. Here I put on the statement. So yeah, the columns in every select statement must also be in the same order, fine. So the columns in every select statement must also be in the same order. So this is about the union operator, SQL union operator, that it is first of all used to combine out the result set of two or more select statements. Every select statement within the union must have the same number of columns. The columns must also have similar data types, and the columns in every select statement must also be in the same order. Fine. Now, what's the syntax that we follow for applying out the union? So I would mention out that the union syntax. Fine, union syntax. So the syntax for the union is, first of all, we have the select statement, select. After that, we have column name. Select column name, and into the bracket we have S, right? Select column name S. From. Now from where we need to select that out? So we need to select out that particular thing from the table number 1 first of all. Okay. Coming down, here we have the union statement. Here we have the union. Okay. Then after that we have the select. Here goes again the column name. Select column underscore name. Into bracket we have is. Here goes the from. And after that we have the table number 2. So select column name from table 1. Union. Select column name from table 2. Fine. So I put on the semicolons like this at the last. Fine. Okay. This is one of the unions which we have. Second, we have one more thing, that is union all. Okay. So here goes the syntax for union. Syntax for union all. This is the second thing which we are having out here. That as well I will let you know. The union operator selects only distinct values, by default. So union operator selects only distinct values by default, right? That is the thing. So to allow out the duplication, as I would say, to allow duplicate values. Okay. To allow out the duplicate values, use union. We use the union underscore all. Okay. So for the union operator selects only distinct values by default. So to allow out the duplicate values, we use union underscore all. Now again, what's the syntax that we follow out? The syntax goes like, first of all, I have the select statement to put on. So here goes the select. After that, we have the column underscore name. So select column underscore name. In the brackets, we have this name or names, whatever you just want to wish out. You have from, and then we have the table number 1. Select our column name from table 1. Under this goes the union all operator. So here we come with the union all. And at last on the next line we go with the select column underscore name. In the bracket is, and here's from table 2. Fine. So select column underscore name or names from table 1. Union all, select column underscore name or names from table number 2. Fine. Now we have one note here to mention out. I would just put on that particular thing as well. That the column names in the result set, the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the first select statement. Fine. So the note goes here that the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the first select statement. Fine. Okay. This was about the union all as well, right? Now I would be going above right here and explaining you and giving you a quick recap regarding the union operator that we have seen. So the SQL union operator, is used to combine out the result set of 2 or more select statements. So whenever we just want to set out and select out the result set for 2 or more select statements, in that case we use out the union operator. Next goes that every select statement within the union must have the same number of columns. So whatever select statement we are having within the union must have out the same number of columns which are need to be selected out. Then we have that the columns must also have the similar data types. The columns which we are having that shall have the similar data types, then only the union could be performed. Then the columns in every selected statement must also be in the same order. So the columns which we are having in all the selected statement, that as well shall be in the same order. The syntax that we follow is we follow out select column names or column name or column names from table 1. Union, select column name or column names from table 2. Right? The syntax for union, all that is a one another thing which we are having. So union operator selects only the distinct values by default, right? That I already mentioned out. Now, to basically allow out the duplicate values, we use out union also. Union all is used to allow out the duplicate values. Fine. So the selected statement goes like select column underscore name or names from table 1. Union all select column name or names from table 2. So the column names in the result set are usually equal to the column names in the first select statement, right? So hope I am very much clear regarding the union operator which we have here in the SQL, the union and the union all operator. That what are these, like how are these used for, what are the conditions that need to be applied, and even what are the syntax. We are going to study out a new topic, and just let me quickly introduce you to that particular topic. So the one which we are going to do today is the aggregate. We have aggregate functions in SQL. Okay, this is what we are gonna learn today in the SQL. Fine. So what I would do is that I would just quickly take out a new color so that it doesn't make out too much differentiation while writing out the things. And yeah, let's get started up. So first, let's understand about that. What are aggregate functions actually? Okay. So I go here that in a database, in database management system, in database management, an aggregate in database management, an aggregate function is a function in database management. An aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together, where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input. And let me just get out some space. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form a single value of more significant single value of more significant meaning. Here goes the meaning. Fine. This is what we meant by aggregate function is in SQL, basically that in the database management system, in the database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form a single value of more significant meaning, right? So yes, this is what first of all we meant from aggregate functions in SQL. Fine. After that, what are the different aggregate functions which we have here in the SQL? So let me just go down, find right here, and fine. Now, I would term out here that the various aggregate functions. Okay, various aggregate functions. Number one, we go with the count function. So number one, we go with the count. Okay. Number two, we go with the function that's the sum. Okay. Number three, we go with the average, AVG. Fine. Number four, we go with the min function. And at last we are having the function that's the max. So here we go with the max. Fine. So here we have these 5 aggregate functions that are count, sum, average, min and max. Fine. These are the aggregate functions which we have in the SQL. Now what I'll be doing is that I would be quickly making out a quick data right here, and according to that only we'll be proceeding on seeing on all of these functions, that how they work and what are the functioning of those. So here goes my table. Now I just want out some different rows as well here. So let's say one is for the ID. One second, let's say one is for the ID. Then we are having this for the name, and then we have it for the salary. Right here. Right, and I'll just make out one single line as well that will represent out the column name. So here we go with the column name. Fine. So I'll be setting up some values onto this particular data. First one, as I mentioned, that would be my ID. Second one would be my name, and third one will be my salary. Fine. So ID goes from 1 up till 6. So here goes 1, 2, we have 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay. Name goes like A, B, C, D, E, and then we go here as F. Okay. Let's say salaries we are having, let's say 80, 90, 70, let's say we have 50, let's say that's 40, and here we have, let's say, null. Okay, so this is what one of my tables I just quickly made out here as an example. Now I'll be moving forward with each and every aggregate function that we have studied out. So the very first one that I am having right here is the count function. Okay, the very first function which we are having here is basically the count function. Now what happens here, if I write out count and I put on an asterisk, count asterisk, what does it returns to me as an output? Okay, so completely it returns total, number of, it returns total number of records. Okay, whenever I am writing count and after that I'm putting out an asterisk, so it means that it is going to return out the total number of records. Fine. Now what are the total number of records which we are, let's say here I go. So in the total number of records I have total 6 records here, right? So if I just run out this particular query, so in that case I would be getting out the result as 6, that is 6. Fine. So this is what this count asterisk returns me. Now next, if I just go and write out here count, and if I write out here in the bracket instead of asterisk, I want now the salary only. Okay, so what it will return? It will return number of non-null values, return number of non-null values over the column salary. So what it is going to give me as an output, it is going to return me the number of non-null values over the column salary. So if I just go on to the column that is salary, so in total I have 5 non-null values, right? So I will be getting out an answer as that is 5. Okay. So why 5 I already explained out, because in that particular case it is going to return me out the non-null values over the column that is the salary which I mentioned. Fine. Next command what I have is, okay, with the if the count function, if I just write out here as distinct salary, count distinct salary, okay. Now into that particular case, what could I return out? I could return number of distinct values, return number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is 4. Okay, so count basically returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary, that is total 4. So if I go on to the salary column, here I go on to the salary one. So when I'm just checking out, so how am I having? Okay, all the 5 values which I'm having that are distinct. In this case, instead of 4, I'll be getting out the answer as 5 because I have none of the values which are basically non-distinct to each other, right? Each and every values are unique onto my particular data which I am having, right? So in that particular case, that's the reason that why I am getting out the final output here as 5. So if I wrote out count distinct salary, so it is going to return me out the number of distinct non-null values over the column that is salary. Fine. So let's take out a quick revision regarding the aggregate functions in SQL. So in database management, an aggregate function is a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Okay, so in database management, aggregate function is a kind of a function where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as input on certain criteria to form out a single value of more significant meaning. Fine. The aggregate functions which you are having are count, sum, average, min, and max. So this was the data that we had made out and that we need to go through. Fine. Okay, 1 second, right here. And then we saw regarding out the count function that what is there in the count function. So if we just write out count asterisk, it means that it is going to return out the total number of records which you are having, right? If I wrote about count salary, so it is going to return you out the number of non-null values over the column that is salary. And if I write out count distinct salary, so it returns out the number of distinct non-null values over the column salary that is 5, right? So hope I am very much clear with this particular thing in regards of these all of the things which I have mentioned for you regarding the count and the aggregate functions. So the functions which we are left with that we are going to see in the next video. So this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and take care.